Hello guys, it is Shivam here. Welcome to our brand new video. So we are going to make a news app from the scratch by using Flutter, and for the backend I am going to use a news API. So on this video we are going to cover how to integrate the API in the Flutter app, how to use a web view, and how to show the trending news section in the news app. So do not forget to hit that like and subscribe button so that you won't miss out on any of the upcoming videos we upload on this channel. Now let's get started. But before moving to the code, let me show you how our news app will look alike by the end of this video, or you can see the series. So here you can see that this is the landing page of our news app, and here I have just added one image and we have just wrote the headline of this app, which is get the latest and the updated news easily with us, and I have just used the icon of this app and a get started button. Now this is the thing that we have added in the landing page. Now when I click to this get started button, we'll directly move to the home page, and in the home page as you can see that I have simply kept our app name, which is Buzzline, and here you can see that there is a hottest news section where the user can simply scroll the news in the horizontal direction and can see all the news, and they can see the hottest news section. And here you can see that there is an explore section. Now in the explore section I'm going to show all the different categories that user can simply choose and can read the news accordingly, and a trending news section so that they can see all the news related to the trending news. So on this app, as I've told you that I'm not going to use any other backend like a firebase or something. So on this app I'm going to use a news API which is completely free for you all to use. So you can make this complete app for free by using the news API as a backend. Yeah, so we are getting all the data from our news API. So here when I'll tap to this, like for an example, if I want to read this news in the more detail, I will tap to this, and here you can see that through the web view, now I'm going to simply move to that specific website and can read the news in much more detail. Now let's move back to the home page, and here when I'll tap to the any of the specific category, like for an example science, now when I'll select the science, then the news API will going to show me all the news related to the science. Yeah, so it will going to work same for the, like I will select sports, then it will going to work same for the sports. And when I want to like read this news in much more detail, so I'll click to this, and through the web view I'll directly move to the page and can read the news in much more detail. Yeah, so these are the things that we have added, and all the thing as I've told you are going to work through the news API. And this is a trending news section as you can see here. So these were the things that we have made in our Buzzline app. So the Buzzline, as I've told you, this is our app name. So everything is going to work through the news API. So now let's get started and make this awesome app from the scratch. Let's move to the pages folder. So in the leaf folder, I will simply create a new folder name, which will be the pages, and inside the pages folder, I'll simply create a new file name, which will be the home.dart. And before creating the home.dart file, first I'm going to create a onboarding page for our news app. So I'll write onboarding.dart here, and we'll use import to import the package for all the Flutter, and we'll write a stateful widget, and we'll write our page name, which will be simply onboarding. Yeah, so this is the page name, which is onboarding. Now here you can see that I have added one images folder and I have saved one image. So I'll just rename the page, not a page, an image name to, let's write onboard, because I'm going to use this image in our onboarding page. So I'm going to use this image, which is onboard.jpg. Now I need to call the image from the images folder. So let's move to the perspec.ml file, and don't skip this process, otherwise you can't get the image from any of the folder where you have saved. So you just need to write a folder name where you have saved the image. So I've saved the image in my images folder. So that's why I simply call the images folder on here. Now in the onboarding page, I'll first write a scaffold, a body, a container, a child, and a column. Yeah, now here in the onboarding page, first I'm going to show the image that as I've told you. So I'll write images, not images, I'll write image dot asset and will pass images folder name and a image file name, which is onboard.jpg, which is onboard.jpg. Yeah, so let me call this file so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over here. So I'll move to the home and will simply call our onboarding page, and here it is. And you can remove this debug banner by just passing debug show check mode banner to false, something like this. Now the height of an image is too much. I don't need the height as much that is used on the onboarding page, so I'll pass the height and will use the media query. As you know that media query is something that make your app highly responsive. Now if you want to pass a fixed width, you can do that, but the fixed width will be like it won't be highly responsive, and when you will test the app on the multiple device, the height of, or you can say the length of the image will be fixed and it don't keep varying according to the phone screen you are using. So that's why I prefer to use a media query. So I'll write media query dot of context dot size dot height and let's pass divide by 2, and I'll just pass a width also and will pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, and will tell the image to use a complete width of the screen by using just this function, which is media query dot of context dot size dot width. And by the fit, I will just tell the image to fix, not to fix, to fit the height and width which we have passed. So I'll pass box fit dot cover, something like this. I can increase the maybe the height up to 1.8, or let's pass up to 1.6, I guess. 1.6 will be too much. 1.5, oh, sorry, 1.7. Yeah, so here once we have done this thing, now I'm going to show the circular radius, something like this. We can do like that, I guess it will look cool. Yeah, so here you will see that there is an image widget and I want to overlap a image widget over the container widget. So you know that we need to just remove the column widget and we'll use a stack widget over here. Now in the stack widget, I'll just pass a container. Now in the container, I'll pass a decoration, an input decoration. Now I'm going to provide the color to our container. So why I written the input decoration? Sorry, my bad. We need to pass an input decoration in text field, not in container. So we need to pass a box decoration as a color, and we'll pass colors dot white. Yeah. Now I'll tell the container to use a complete width. So I'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot width, something like this. Yeah. So you can see that image has been gone, but it is not gone anywhere. It is just behind this container because we have used a stack widget over here. So to see that image, I'll just pass a margin edge insert dot only. From the top, we'll use the media query again. We'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 2. Yeah, 2 is okay, or let's pass 1.8. It's up to your choice. And now we can provide a border radius. So I'll pass a border radius dot only. From the top left, we'll need to pass radius dot circular and we'll pass up to 60. And from the top right, we'll pass radius dot circular 60, something like this. I guess 60 is too much. We can pass up to 30 and 30, I guess. Yeah, now it is okay. Now once we have shown the image, now we can write some text over here just to indicate like a title of this app and what basically this app will all about. Yeah, so that's we can write on this container. So for that, I'll use a child and a column and a children. Now here I'm going to pass a text widget to write a text, and we'll just write get the latest and updated. We'll use slash n because basically slash n will change your line in this text widget, like the sentence we are writing. So this will be the first sentence, and slash n will change the line and will show the text again. Yeah, so we'll write news easily with us, something like this. Now once we have passed the text, I can use a style and we can pass some styling to this text widget. So I'll pass the color. The color will be simply black. Font size, first the font size, let's pass 30.0. Font weight, let's pass W500 will be okay, I guess. Yeah, so this is the text, I guess. So that text size is very big, so I'll just decrease it to 25. Now here you can see that this is the first text, not a first text of sentence, and a slash and simply change the line and shows the rest sentence after that. Yeah, so this is how we can do that. Now I can provide a size box, height 20.0, something like this. Now once we have done, I need to simply center this sentence over here, not like at the left side. So for that I'll use a text align dot center to simply center all the sentence over here. Yeah, so this is how we can center the text, and this is what our app says, which is get the latest and updated news easily with us. Yeah, so yeah, so this is how we can do that. I'm going to show the icon of this app. So for the icon I will just pass, you can also say the app icon. So you can see that I've added one image in the images folder, so I'll use that image by using image.asset again, and we'll just pass our images folder name and our image file name, which is newspaper.png. Now I can just pass the height. Let's pass the height 100, width 100, and a fit box fit dot cover, something like this. So here you can see this is the icon. Now I can provide the size box, height, let's pass 20.0, something like this. Yeah, now we can relatively increase, I think so, height and width of this icon. Now once we have shown this, now I will show one button which will be the get started button, and this get started button will allow the user to enter in the home page and can see the trending news. Yeah, so for that I'll just do one thing. I'll just create a container. Now in the container I'll pass a with media query, something media query dot of context dot size dot width. Yeah, now in the decoration I just need to pass a color to our container. So I'm going to use a customized color code. So let me find that color code. Though I don't remind that color code like what it is exactly. Yeah, so let me see that. So this is the color code that we are going to use to show in our container, which will going to act as a button, right? So once we have done this thing, I need to pass a border radius. So I'll pass a border radius circular. Let's pass 20. Now here I'll just pass a child and a text widget here again. So I'll copy the text widget from here, and we are going to paste it something over here. Yeah, so once we have written this thing, now here I will just do one thing, like here I'll just pass a get started text, so that the user can get to know that they can click to this button and can start it. So I'll pass margin as insert dot only from the 20.0 from height 20.0. So this is the margin we are going to provide, and we are also going to provide the height. Let's pass the 50. I guess we can provide some more margin, maybe it look cool, I guess. Yeah, and we can provide some more border radius. Let's pass up to 30, and we'll simply center this by using a center widget. Yeah, and we can increase the height up to 80, will be too much. Let's pass 60, and here I'm going to use a size box here again. We'll pass size box height 20.0. Now once we have done this thing, now here what I'm going to do is that I'm going to provide the elevation to this button so that it will look like a button, and the user can get to know that they can click to this button and can directly move inside the app. Yeah, so I'll wrap up with a widget which will be the material. We'll provide the elevation 3.0, but I need to wrap up with a container again, and we need to cut the margin from here, and we need to simply paste it something over here. Now we can also provide the border radius to our material widget too, something like this. Yeah, so now you can see that this is button, and it is much in the elevated form to highlight that it is a button, and the user can press to that and can move to the home page. Yeah, so we are talking about the home page, so let's move and create our home page. So first I'm going to import by using material.dart. Sorry, material.dart. Why it is not coming? Let me check. Import material.dart. Let me write some more thing. Yeah. So I'll write stateful widget and we'll name our page which is home, and we'll write a scaffold, a body, container, child, and a column and a children. Yeah. So this is how we can start with a home page. Now in the home page, what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to show our app name at the top. Yeah. So I'm giving a basic idea first, like how the home page we are going to design and all. So this is like at the top we are going to provide our app name. So let me think about the app name. I haven't thought anything about it. Yeah. So let me think, and once I get any unique app name, I'll just add at the top. Now once we have shown the app name, just below the app name I'm going to show the hottest news. Yeah, so this is the hottest news where the news will be shown in the horizontal form and the user can scroll and can see the news. Yeah, and just below that there will be some categories. So there will be the categories and I will just name that section as explore, and in the explore we are going to add different categories like sports, entertainment, and philosophy, anything. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so just below that explore section there will be some more news, that will be a trending news, and in the trending news we are going to show the news in the vertical form. Yeah, so this is the basic idea of our homepage. So I'm going to, as you know that I've shown you in the starting of the video that how we are going to connect the API and all in this app. So first I'm going to create the design like basic UI, then we are going to add the API. Yeah, so now let's move, and let me first find the app name because I haven't found till now anything. Yeah, so let me see and find some unique app name. So our app name will be Buzzline. So I've thought about it and I thought let's keep this name. I hope it is okay or it is good. If not, then sorry, but I found this name for this app. So I'll use Buzzline and I'll first pass a text, and I've used a row because I'm going to provide a two different colors to buzz, like in blue color, not in blue color, exactly this blue shade, and the line will be shown in the black color. Yeah, so this is how we are going to do. So for that I'll just move to the onboarding page and I'm going to copy this color code, and once we copy this color code I'll paste it something over here and we'll pass the color and paste the color code. Yeah, so then I'll just write a font size and we'll pass a font size 25.0, and font weight will be simply like font weight dot bold. Yeah, we can do this, font weight dot bold. Yeah, so let's move to the home page so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over there. So this is the home page, this is the text, but I need to center it, but I need to copy the text widget here again, paste it something over here, just need to pass line, color will be colors dot black, something like this. Now I'll just center this by using main. So I'll write main axis alignment dot center, something like this. Now I'll just pass the margin as insert dot only from the top. Let's pass 40.0. Yeah, and we need to increase the size of up to 30, and 30 will be okay. So this is the text which is Buzzline. Now once we have shown this text, as I've told you, then we are going to show the hottest news over here. So for that I'll just write a row, and once we are going to show the data from the API, then I'll show the list view and how to save all the data from the API by creating a different type of widgets. Yeah, so this is just a UI I'm creating, so don't write like that there is no any state management used on this app. This is a state management that we are going to use when we are going to apply for the API and connect the API. Yeah, so I'm just creating the UI for now. Yeah, so I'll just write row and we'll write a container. Now in the container I'll just write a container. Now a child. Now in the child first I'm going to pass like a, let's pass a column widget. I'm thinking about a stack widget, but let's pass a column widget. Let's see how it goes. If then we are going to add a different thing. Yeah, so let's add some of the image in the images folder that we can use to show in our cottage news section. Yeah, so I have pasted these two images in the images folder. Now let's move, and first I'm going to show the our image. So I'll just write rather than passing image, first let's pass a decoration, a box decoration, something like this. Now the color, we just need to pass colors dot white, but before that let's pass the background color to this complete screen. So I'll pass color and colors dot white, maybe different shade of and white I'm going to use over here. So what I'm going to do, nope, 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 something like, I guess, this color. Yeah, it is okay, not completely white, not completely gray, just between that. Yeah, so here what I'm going to do in the column, as I've told you, we're going to use image. So I'll write image.asset, images folder name, and an image file name. So I'll write news1.jpg, something like this. So this is the image, but it is on the complete thing. So I'll just pass the width. Let's pass the width media query dot of context dot size dot width. Let's pass divide by 3, and a fit box fit dot cover, so that it cover a height that we have passed. And let's pass the height up to 200, or let's do thing like this, maybe 2.1, not 21. Yeah, 2.1, I guess it is okay. If not, then we need to check some the things. Let me check what height we will fit in so that it will look good. Yeah, now here I'm going to copy the text widget here again, and we need to paste it over here. I'll use the size box height 20.0, I guess it will be okay. I need to bring the text over here, so I'll use a cross where over here. So I'll write cross axis alignment dot start, not end, start. Yeah, I need to also provide the margin, so I'll write margin from the left, let's pass 20.0. yeah, something like this. Now here in the buzz line, I just write a hottest news. So I'll write hottest news. Yeah, I'll just change this to colors dot black, and the font size let's decrease up to 22. Bold is okay, I guess, or you can change to W500. It's up to your choice, like how attractive you can make the design. Yeah, so copy the height, paste it over here, let's pass 10.0. yeah, so this is how we can do that. Now what I'm going to do is that rather than this, let's pass news2.jpg. I guess it is okay. Now here I'm going to just pass a clip react, because I want to provide the border radius to this image. So I'll write border radius dot circular, let's pass up to 10 is okay. Yeah, now here I'm going to do one thing, like I also provide a padding edge inset dot all, let's pass up to 10. yeah, so this is the image, as you can see. Now once we have shown the image, I can do one thing. Let me show what it will be. Yeah, so 170, I guess it is okay. Yeah, so after this I'll just write a news. So I'll write text widget here again, and we need to write the title of this news that we want to show. So let me write some news, what it will be like. Please subscribe to Shivam channel. This is just a news. I don't know the news, so I use this text. Yeah, so this is, you can see that there is a overflow pixel error. So I'll do one thing, I'll just write wrap up with a container widget. We'll pass a width. Let's pass up to 100. 100 will be very less. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, copy this, paste it over here. Yeah, so it will fit in over here. I'll just pass 20, and we will do to bold so that I can see the at least the title of the news clearly, and we'll pass a size box height 10.0. Yeah, so if you haven't hit that subscribe button, then I'm requesting you to hit that subscribe button. Yeah, so I'll just pass 18 or 19. Let's pass 19. Yeah, so please subscribe to Shivam channels. And once we have shown this news, now I can just add some of interesting text below this line. Yeah, we can do that. So for that, I'll copy the size box here again, paste it over here, and just to show the 2-3 lines, I will use a lorem ipsum text. So here you can see that this is how we can show the lorem ipsum text, and I have done some of the changes you can see over here just to show this text. Now we need to also provide the border radius to this complete container. So I'll just write a border radius. Now the border radius will be border radius dot circular. Let's pass up to 10. Yeah, so you can also see we have provided the border radius to this. And here I'll just wrap up with a material widget so that I can provide the elevation. So I'll pass elevation 3.0 and a border radius here again. Copy this, paste it over here, something, paste it. Yeah, so this is how we can provide the elevation. Maybe 2 is okay. Yeah, so this is the news that we want to show in the hottest news, and the title of the news, and just some text of the news. Yeah, so this is how. Now here I will do one more thing, like to make it interesting, I'll just remove the padding from here. Now you will tell that why I've removed the padding. I'll tell you why. Just write the padding edge insert dot only from the left 20.0. 20 will be too much. Let's pass 10. I guess one more thing we can do. What we can do? Yeah, so we can pass dot all rather than that. Edge insert dot only, and we can pass. So write padding edge insert dot all from the 10, something like this, to provide this padding to. Yeah, as you can see that I have done some of the changes in the code, and in the icon I have just added one container with a blue shade and a forward arrow to indicate that when the user will tap to this arrow, they can simply read this news in the more detail. So we are going to add that feature. So that will be the WebView feature. I will tell you, don't need to worry about this for now. Yeah, so here you can see that I have also used a text align dot center to like center all this text that it is in the complete sentence. So this is a container for that, to center the text, and this is a container just to show the headline, or you can say as move more about a news detail. So this is how we can simply show that a news detail over here. So these are the some things that we have added in our hottest news. Now just below this news, or just beside this news, not below this news, just beside this news, we are going to add one more section. So for that I just need to remove a row from here, and we'll just write a list view. Now you know that if we want to show the container in the horizontal direction, then we need to use a list view, right? So here the list view, and you will run the list view, then you know that because a list view act as a good student, so he just want to know that how much space I should use to show all the news over here. So we need to wrap up with a container, and we need to pass the height. Let's pass the height, and we pass the height up to 500. Yeah, so 500 is too much, I guess. I think so we can pass up to 300 or 200. Let's see what fit best over here. 500 is okay, I guess. Yeah, so this is how you can see the news, but we don't want to show like this. I just need to scroll like it is in the vertical form. I need to scroll in the horizontal form. So I'll just write a scroll direction, not a scroll direction, something over here, scroll direction axis dot horizontal. Yeah, So now you can see that, and we'll decrease the height up to 300, I guess. Or you can use a media query rather than passing a fixed height, as I tell best to use the media query. So I'll pass media query dot of context dot size dot height divide by 3, or divide by 2.6, or 2.89. Maybe 9 is okay, or 3. Yeah, so this is how we can show that. And what I'm going to do, I will just pass a spacer over here rather than passing a fixed. Yeah, so now it simply fits this container. Yeah, so this is how we can do that, and we can pass the height to our container and show the list view in the scroll axis dot horizontal, so we can scroll all the news in the horizontal form. Yeah, so now I'll copy the material which is from here again, and we are going to paste it over here. And now I will use a size box width so that I can provide the width. So I'll pass the size box width 20.0, so there will be a space between these two containers. Now you can see that it's stuck from the bottom and I can't see the elevation clearly. This is because I will do one thing, like I'll just pass a margin edge insert, not a margin, I think so we need a padding edge insert dot only from the bottom. Let's pass 10.0. I think so margin padding is not working over here, so let's pass a margin. I guess there is some problem. Let me check. Okay, not over here. I think so we need to pass a margin over here. So I need to wrap up with a container again, and we'll just pass a margin edge insert dot only from the bottom 10.0, something like this. Yeah, now we can see the elevation clearly. So let's pass up to 5. It's up to your choice, like how you want to show the thing. Yep, so this is how. And we can also pass from the left position, so we can pass up to left 5.0, something like this. So we can see the elevation from the left side and from the bottom side, and it is much clear. Yeah, so this is how we can do that, and we can do same for our next container. Yeah, now this is, as I've told you, that we are just making the UI of our news app first, then we are going to connect the news app with an API. So don't write in the comment box that this is a rough code or something. So I know that we are going to do all the thing by using a widget class and all. So yeah, so that will be a specific state management to how to use this complete news app. Yeah, so I'll wrap up with a widget and we'll just write a container, and in the container I need to pass a width. So I'll copy the width, not a width, a margin from here, and we'll pass to our next container. Yeah, so this is how we have created the UI for our hottest news section. Now the user can simply scroll and can see all the hottest news. Now just below this news there is one more section which is explore. Now in the explore section we are going to add a different category in the news app. So the different category will be act something like this, like the user can press to any of the category like they are interested on, like for example entertainment, or let me see what all things we can add, because I need to check an API like what all categories already present in the API. Yeah, I will also show you how to get an API and all, so don't need to worry about that. Yeah, now let me check first, and we need to add some of the image in the images folder so that we can use that in the explore folder, not a folder, explore section. Yeah, as you can see that I have added some of the image in the images folder. Now in this images folder, the image that I have saved, I am going to use that image in my app where I need to show the explore section. Yeah, so the explore section we are going to do is that I'm not going to create a list view and going to show all the categories over there, otherwise the code will be very long. And here I'm going to use a state management. Now you will say that what state management I'm going to use. So the state management will be like I'm going to use a inherited widget and class method to simply like store my category and all, and that category we are going to use in the home page. I hope it is clear. So for that, I need to move to the leaf folder and will simply create a new folder name service is, and inside the services folder I'll create a new file name which is data.dart, and in this data.dart file first I'm going to create one list. Now what is a list? You already know that a list is something where we can store a numerous number of string or any type of value. Yeah, so for that I just create a list, and here I'm going to write a category model. Now for the category model I need to create a category model in our model section. So let's create one more new file, not a file, a folder, which will be a models, and in the models I'm going to create one more new file which will be a category model, where I'm going to store all the thing that we need to show in our category. Like in the category, as we need to just show the category name and the image. So the image will be at the circular structure, and just we are going to overlap the text widget over the image. So we need a two string which is a name and the image. So for that I'll just create a class name which will be the category model, something like this, category model. So let's keep see, yeah, category model, something like this, and here I'm going to create a string. Now in the string I'll just pass a category name that we are going to store. So I'll just write a category name, something like this, and a string one more where I'm going to store the category image. So this is how we can do that. Now once we have created the class, now we can call the class over here. So to call the class I'll just write a category model that we have created. Yeah, so I'll just write a category model, something like this. Yeah, now here once we have wrote this thing, now I'm going to create a function name which is get categories. So I'll write get categories, and here I'm going to pass all the thing that we need. So I'll pass a list, one more list, and in the list I'll just pass a category model, and we are going to create a category which is our list name. Yeah, I hope it is clear. So I'll create and we'll create a list. Yeah, so this is how you can see that we have created a category list over here, and in the category list I'm going to store all the data one by one. Yeah, so I'll just write a category model is equals to new category model. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have passed this thing, here I'm going to now store the data. So I'll write category model dot, and first one is category name, and here I'm going to just pass, like first I'm going to show the business. So I'll write business, and here I'll pass a category model dot image. Yeah, so first, as I have told you, we need to pass a category name, then a image. So we'll pass the image is equals to, and the image has been saved in the images folder. So I just need to write a images folder name and a image file name. Now when you are writing an image file name, now make sure that it should be exact. You don't mismatch a single character, otherwise it will simply throw the error. Yeah, so this is how we can do that. So once we have stored the category model, in a category model, a category name and the image, now we need to add that in the list. Yeah, so you can see that by one we are going to add a like a category in our category list, something like this. So I'll write category dot add, and we'll use dot add function, and we'll pass category model. Yeah, and we'll just create a category model is equals to new categories. Yeah, so we once it is added, now we are simply making a category model to blank so that I can add our next, I hope it be blank. Now here I'll write category model equals to new category model. Yeah, so this is how we can add a category in our categories list, and when we are going to show that data in our home page, we are going to store not a store, we are going to show the category list in the home page by using a list view.builder. So this is the state management that we are going to use like we are going to store the data locally and we are going to use that in the home page. Yeah, so let me add all the categories one by one over here. Yeah, so you can also code along with me with the music. So 1 2 3 start. Yeah, so here it is done, and you can see that in the last I have written a category that we have stored in our get categories function. Yeah, so now we store all the category in our category list and we have written it to get categories function. Now we can call our get categories function in the home page where we have stored all in the form of the list, and we can use that directly in the home page, right? So let's move to the home page and let me show you how it will be shown over there, right? So for that I just need to move to the home page, and in the home page I'll just move here, and first I'm going to create a list. So here I'll create a list category model, something like this, and here I'll just write a categories, something like this. Yeah, now I'm going to store our categories. Get, you know that where is our now category in a get categories function. So we need to create one list which is an empty list in a categories, and in the categories I'm going to store all the category that is in our get categories function. So for that I need to use a init state, and in the init state I'll just pass something like this, which will be a categories is equals to get categories function. Yeah, so this is how I'm going to store all the categories that have been saved in our get categories function, and will simply store that in our categories list. I hope it is clear. I'm trying to keep it simple because I know that if you are coding for the first time this will be like confusing for you, but don't need to worry. I will always suggest you to code along with me, and if you need a source code, like you can't get the thing like along with me, then I will paste a link in the description box. You can go and get it from there. Yeah, so now let's move, and as I've told you, now we are going to show all the categories from our list view dot builder. Yeah, so first what I'm going to do, let's close this and let's close this also, something like this. Yeah, so once I need to copy this text widget and will simply paste it something over here like it is, and once we have paste this thing I need to pass a comma over here. Yeah, now here I'll just change the text to explore, which is our section, and we'll just pass the size box height 10.0, something like this. Yeah, so this is our explore section. If we want, you can increase the size up to like this. Yeah, now here what I'm going to show are the categories. Now for the categories I will use a list view dot builder. Yeah, so I'll write list view dot builder, and in the builder first I'm going to pass the item builder, which is a context and an index. Yeah, now once we have passed this thing, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to pass an item count so that I can keep the count like how much number of thing present in my categories list. So I'll just pass categories dot length. Yeah, I hope it is very easy to understand. It is not very complex. Yeah, it's up to like how much you practice this code, how much you keep on watching the Flutter videos. The like I've already made like 10 to 12 apps before on this channel, and you can get it from there. And I've noticed that while many of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet, like 80% of you are haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So hit that subscribe button, though it is totally free for you all. So hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. Yeah, so hit that subscribe button. I hope that you have hit that subscribe button. Now let's move forward, and in the we need to create one widget which is a category type. Yeah, now what is a category tile? Now in the category tile I'm going to pass like how we need to show our category in our explore section. Yeah, so for that I will create one stateless widget, not a like a widget a stateless widget. Now the stateless widget is because I don't need to change anything extra while showing the category. The category will remain as it is, so we don't need to do anything extra, like we are not getting any data from the server in the categories section just to show the categories. Yeah, so for that I will use the stateless widget. So I'll use the stateless widget, something like this, and we need to just show it outside the stateful widget that we have created, and I will just rename the our stateless widget to category tile. Yeah, so I'll just rename this to a category tile, something like this. So once we have renamed this, so it is loading. Yeah, we have renamed this. Now here what I'm going to do is that first there will be a container, right? Now in the container, uh, I think so, let's pass one final over here. Let's get the image and the category name first so that I can show you. So I'll write category name, something like this. Yeah, now we can pass a category tile. So I'll just pass a category tile and we'll write this dot category name, this dot image. Now we are going to get the image and the category name. Now once we have get all this thing in the container, first I'll pass I think so we need to pass a stack widget. As I have told you, we need to overlap one widget over the another, so that's why I'm going to use a stack widget. Now in the stack widget I'll just pass a children. Now in the children I will use to show the image, so I'll use image.asset and I'll pass image, which is this image. I hope this is this image. Now once we have shown the image, yeah, so this is how we can show the image. Now I'll just pass the height. Let's pass the height up to 100, width 100, and a fit box fit dot cover. Yeah, I'll change the maybe height maybe later once we see the image over here. I'll just writing the code just to store all the things first. Yeah, so here I'll just use a clip react so that I can provide the border radius to my image. So I'll write clip react border radius dot circular. So I'll write border radius dot circular and we'll just pass a 60. Yeah, now I need to do one more thing, like here in the stack widget. What I'm going to do is that I will create one more container, and in the container I'll just pass the same height and width that we have passed to the image. Yeah, so I'll copy and we'll paste it over here, not here. Let's pass the height by always copy pasting. Yeah, so I'll pass the 100 with with 100 and a child. For the child I'll just pass a text widget, and in the text widget I will just pass like a category name. So I'll just write a category name, something like this, and we'll pass a style, text style YLE. Yeah, colors dot black. Let's pass black. Font size, let's pass 18.0, and font weight will be just like W500. Yeah. Yeah, so once we have done all this thing, now here we can call our category tile. So I'll just move to our list view builder where we have written the code. Yeah, so I'll write category tile, and in the category tile I need to pass a two thing, which is a category name. So for the category name I'll just write like this, which will be like categories index. So we are going to pass an index first. So I'll write index dot, and here I'm going to pass the category name first, then I'm going to pass the image. So I'll write categories index again, and we need to pass just an image, something like this. Yeah, so I'll write dot image. Yeah, so this is how we can simply show the list view builder. But you can see that till now, let me hot restart the app first, and you will see that you will see this error, because you know that a list view builder will going to act as a good student. So he will just need a height, like how much he need to use. So I'll just pass 100 over here. So now you can see some of the things, but it is not complete. I do one thing, like I will just pass like I'll pass 100, then I'll pass 150. Yeah, So you can see that all the thing are in the vertical form, but I need to show the categories in the horizontal form. So I'll just change the scroll direction. So I'll just pass the scroll direction to axis dot horizontal, and I'll also pass a sync and wrap to true. Yeah, so these are the two case. Now we can see the categories in the horizontal form. Yeah, now we can scroll and can see the categories, but it is not fixed till now. So what I'm going to do is that let me show you. Yeah, so where we have shown the container, I'll just pass the margin edge inside dot only from the right 20.0, so that there will be some space. And here you can see that there are text. We can't see the text. Let's pass white rather than black, and we'll just center this by using a center widget. So I'll just pass a center widget. Yeah, I still can't see that, so I'll just do one more thing. We'll pass bold. Yeah, now here let's increase the size 150 and 150. Yeah, 150 I guess will be too much. I guess it will be too much. 120 is okay. Yeah, I guess it is okay. But what I'm going to do, one more thing here, I'll just pass one more container. Now the reason for passing the container, because I can't see the text clearly, so I need to pass the color. So I'll copy the height and width, and we'll pass a decoration, a box decoration, colors dot black, and we'll just pass 45. Yeah, now we need to also pass a border radius. So I guess I'll copy the border radius from here, and we'll paste it something over here. Yeah, now we need to also pass the border radius to this container also. So I'll pass box decoration. Yeah, copy the border radius from here, and we need to paste it something over here. Yeah, so now we can see the text clearly. I hope it is much clear. Now if you want, you can change the shade of an color according to your wish, like how you want to handle the case and all. Yeah, it's up to your choice. Wait a second. Yeah, now we can change this. Why it is not changing, I don't know. So what I'm colors dot black, and we'll just pass like 26. 26 is okay. Yeah, it's look good, I guess. Yeah, I can see all the categories now, but entertainment thing is not look good, because I will just lower down the text size. Yeah, so now we can see the business and all. You can set the color according to the your need, like how you want to show all the thing over here. So this is how the explore section will be, and as you can see here, there is a different categories that the user can simply select and can read the news according to the categories that they have selected. Right now, once they have seen the explore section, now just after the explore section there will be one more section which is a trending news. Now in this trending news section, we are going to show all the trending news in the vertical direction, like we are going to show all the news in the vertical position. So here you can see that the news are in the horizontal direction, so the user will scroll something like this. But in the trending news, the user will going to scroll in the horizontal not horizontal, vertical direction. So for that I need to copy the text widget from here. So I'll copy the size box and a text widget, and will simply paste it something over here. Where? Over here, where we have just written a list view builder. So here you can see this. Now I will remove the size box because there are lots many space. So I'll just re-edit this text and will just write trending news, something like this. Now here the explore section. Now as I've told you, we are going to show the trending news. So first I'm going to just create the simple UI, and as you know that we are going to use a news API before after this. So as you know that we are going to use a news API, so then we are going to connect all the backend related to our news app. Yeah, so first I'm going to create a container, and in the container first I'm going to do one thing, like here first let me write the container. Now here I'll just write a decoration, a box decoration. Now in the box decoration I just need to pass the color. So first the color we need to pass is the colors.white, and here we need to use a child which will be the row. Now the reason for showing the row is because, or writing a row is because, here you know that in the trending news section, first we are going to show the image of that news, the title and some detail about that news. Yeah, so that's why I'm going to use a row widget. So I'll just write a child, a row and a children. Now in the row, first as I've told you we need to use image, so I'll write image.asset and we'll write our images folder name and an image file name. So our image file name, let's pass news1.jpg. Yeah, jpg. Now I'm going to pass the height, let's pass the height 50, width 50, and let's pass a fit, box fit dot cover. Yeah, something like this. Now here you can see the uh, picture, but I need to increase the height and width so that I can see it more clearly. So I'll just pass 150 and 150. 150 will be too much, I guess. Let's pass 120, I guess. Yeah, 120 is okay. Now here I need to show the circular radius, and I think so circular radius will be okay. Yeah, so circular radius from top left and bottom left. Yeah, so for that I'll just need to do one thing. Here I'll just wrap up with a clip react widget. So I'll write clip react to provide a border radius. So I'll write border radius and we'll write border radius dot only from the top left. Let's pass radius dot circular and we'll just pass 10, and from the bottom left, which will be radius dot circular, and let's pass 10, something like this. Now you can see the radius, I mean the border radius. Now here I just need to also pass it something over here, so I'll copy this and I need to write all the thing again. We'll paste it something over here, and as you can see, yeah, so this is how we can show this image of our news. And as I've told you, we are going to show the title. So for the title, first I need to pass a margin. So I'll write margin edge insert dot only from the right. Let's pass 20.0. Yeah. Now here I'm going to also provide the border radius. I guess it will be cool or it is okay. I think so. It will be okay. Yeah. So in the row, then I'm going to use a column widget, and in the column widget I'll pass children. Now here I'm going to use a text. Now the text will be something like, we are going to use is the text, which text, let me show you. So what I'm planning to do, I'll copy this to container from here, and we are just planning to paste it something over here, and here you can see the text, but we can increase the width of an container. Let's pass up to 1.5 or 1.6. 6 is also not good. 7, I think so 1.7 is okay. It's up to your choice, like how you want to fit the thing and all. Yeah, so this is how we can show the main title of the news and some detail about that news. Yeah, so this is how trending news section will be. So let's move to the news API website, and let me show you from where I'm going to get a website. So this is a website which is newsapi.org. You can simply search in your any type of browser you have. Now here you will see that there is a documentation where like what all things we are going to get over here. Yeah, so you can see that this is like all articles about Tesla from last month. So you can use a category something like this, and you can simply pass the category, and from which date you want to see all the news, you can use this type of thing like, and this is, you can see a get method has been passed over here. Yeah, so now once we move here, you can see that there is, it is another API. Yeah, so these are some APIs that we are going to use. Now let me show you. So here you can see that this is the API like top headline. If I want to get a top headline, I can use this API. Now here it has just wrote a country from where I get the want to get a news. So here it has just passed US, so it will get all the top headline from US, and the category will be the business. You can change all the category from here and the country also, so it is up to your choice. Yeah, so this is how you can use a different API that the news API have, and can get a news, and you can simply log in first to get the API key, because as you can see that we need to also pass a API key over here. Yeah, so let me show you first like what all API we are going to use to get our news in our app. Yeah, so I'm planning to get this API, which is our top headlines, and this will be like going to show in the hottest news section. Yeah, so this is the API that we are going to use. We'll just pass we can pass a country US. I think so country US is okay, so we can simply pass an country US. I won't pass a category. We are going to pass a category when the user will press to any of these categories. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is let's pass the top headlines over here. I guess yeah, let's pass this API. Why to use this? Yeah, so both are same, both are top headlines. Does it is just that they have passed our sources over here, rather than there they have just passed like what they have passed. They have passed a country and the category, and here they have just passed our sources, which is a tech crunch. Yeah, so here you can see that. Let me show you how what all thing we are going to get when we call this API through our get function. Yeah, so here you can see that this, let me explain you first like what all result we are going to get. Yeah, so here once we call this, here you can see that there is a total 10 result present, and we are going to get a 10 result from this API. Now once we get this API, I need to just get a description of this news. Yeah, then the URL to image, so I need to also get the URL to image. Like this is an URL that have been provided to get the image, and we have shown the image. So this is the image, and here it has just written a description, so we need to pass a description and a title. Yeah, so these are the some three things that we need to get in our in our hottest news section. Yeah, so for that I'll just move to the model and we'll create a new file name, which is an article model, something like this. So I'll just write article model dot. Yeah, so once we have passed this, I need to pass a class name, which is a article model. Yeah, so here I'm going to write a string. Now the reason for writing a string, as you can see that all the text or sentence has been indicated in a double inverted comma, so it will act as a string. Yeah, so we are going to store that in the string. So I'll just write a string, and first I'm going to get like a title. You, if you want, you can get some more thing, like if you want to show the author name, you can do that. If you want to show the published date, the content, who have wrote this, etc, etc, it's up to your choice. Yeah, so first I'm going to show the title, so I'll just write a title. Then I'm going to show what the description, so I'll just write description, something like this. Now once we have shown the title, description, now I need to show the image. So I'll just create one more string, and here I'm going to just write a string, and we'll write string URL to image. So this is what we are going to use, something like this. Yeah, so once we have created a class name, which is article model, now I'm going to store all the news from the respective API. Yeah, so for that I will just move to the service folder and will simply create a new file name, which is news.dart, and here I'm going to call the API. So first what I'm going to create is a class name, which is class news. Yeah, so here I'll first create a list, which is a article model that I have shown you now that we have created, and here I'm going to pass the list name, which will be the news, and we'll keep it empty, and we are going to store all the news that we get from the API. Yep, so here I'm going to write a future, and in the future I'll just pass a void, and we'll pass our function name, which is get news. Yeah, so once we have passed our function name get news, I'm going to pass a string URL, and in this string URL I'm going to store the URL. So what is the URL? So this is the URL. Now we need to copy this and paste it something over here. Now here I'm not showing my API key because it's going to be some security problem for me. Yeah, so the API key, you need to simply, as I've told you, if you don't have an account, you need to create an account, and if you have, then you can log in, and you need to get the API key and replace it over here. Just don't leave like this, otherwise you will face an error, because it strictly says that provide your API key. Yep, so this is how we have done. Now let's move forward, and here I'll just write a var response I'll just write a response is equals to await, and I'm going to use a HTTP. Now HTTP package, because we are going to use a HTTP link, so I'll just write one package name which is HTTP, something like this, and run this package over here. Yep. So once we have done this, now I can just write http something like this. I think so. Yeah, I need to import the package first, so I'll write import http dot, yeah, and here I'll just write as http, yeah. So this is how we can write that, and we'll get, because we need to get a function, so will you like get this API, so I'll pass a dot get method, and here I'll just write URI dot pass, and we need to pass the URL that we need to pass. Yep. So once we have passed this, we'll pass var JSON data, and we are going to decode the body that we have. What is a body? Now let me explain you what is the body. So for example, if we are going to call this API, we are going to get all this result. Yeah. So first we are going to decode that response that we are getting from this API, and we are going to store that in the JSON data. Now once we got a data, we'll check that if the JSON data status is okay. So here you can see that it has simply written status is okay. So I'll copy this, and we'll check that if the status is equals to okay. If it is okay, then we are going to move inside this map. So here you can see that this is a map, as you know that this indicate as a map. So here if the status is okay, then is a 10 result present, and then we are going to move to our article. Here you can see that this is an article, yeah. So this is an article, and this is a map, sorry, a list. So something that indicate with a curly braces indicate as a map, and something indicated as a square bracket act as a list. So as you can see that in this list there is numerous number of map, yeah. So this is how we can move inside this. So I'll just write that to move inside this article list, to get the description and title, I just need to move inside the article first. So for that I'll just write a JSON data, something like this, JSON data, and I need to move to the articles section first. So I'll copy the article section, and once we move to the article section, we'll write dot for each. Now the reason for writing a for each is because, as I've told you, that in this map there is numerous number of article, as you can see here, yeah. So for that, once we move to the article, and I need to get a data for each thing, like here you can see that this is a first one, then this is second, this is third. So these are the thing we need to get. So that's why I'm going to pass for each function over here to get a each title and description that we want to show, yeah. So I'll write for each, and we'll just need to pass an element. So I'll write element, something like this, element, yeah. So once we have wrote this element, and here what I'm going to do, if element, and I'll just write URL to image. So in the once we have moved to the article, inside this article I don't need this source and all, so skip this source, like, yep. So I just need to move to the URL to image. So I need to copy this URL to image, and we'll just paste something like this, and we'll just write like this now, yeah. So URL to image should not be equals to null. I mean that don't get all that news where the image is not present. So there will be a case like in some of the news the image is not present, so that will throw the error when we are going to use that in the app. So that's why I'm simply telling that don't show me all that image, or don't get all that news which don't have an image, yeah. And we'll just write element again, sorry, we need to pass and I'll pass one more case like element, and here I'm going to just say that don't show me all this news which don't have a description, because these are the two important things we need in our news section to show our news. So I'll just say that don't show the null description, and if both the thing will be true, like then we are going to store that in our list. So I'll pass article model is equals to article model, and here I'm going to pass what? First I'm going to pass the title. Yeah, so I forgot to write article model over here. So I'll need to call all the title and the desk. By the desk I mean the description and the URL to image over here. So I'll write a article model and we'll write this dot description, this dot title, and we'll again pass this dot URL to image. Yeah. So once we have passed all this thing, now I can pass the thing that I'm trying to call. So here what I'm trying to call was the image. So first I will need to write URL to image, something like this. Now here I need to write a exact, you can say, a field name that we need to get from the API. So for that I just need to pass an element, and in the element, as you can see, that this is the URL to image. So I think so this was the API that we are calling. I think so there is same in all the thing that we have wrote. Yeah, I think so this was the, yeah. So I need to write this field name. So I need to copy this field name and we'll paste it something over here as it is, as you can see. Now once we have paste this, now we need to also paste the description. So for the description I just need to write description element and again a description field name. So the description field name will be this field name. So I need to copy and we need to paste it something over here. Yeah, so once the description is done, now the last thing is a title. So I need to pass an title. So title, for the title I just need to write an element over here, and I need to write a field name which is a title. So I need to copy this and we are going to paste it something over here. So yeah, so once we have wrote all this thing, now we need to add the data in our unused list that we have passed. Yeah, so for that I will just move something over here and will just write news dot add, and here I'm going to pass the article model. So we are going to paste one by one all the data that we are getting from the API in our news list. Yeah, so once we have done this thing, now here let's move to the home page and let's call the API and let's get the data in our hottest news section. Yeah, so for that I will move to the home page, and in the home page I need to call like I think so first I need to create a list. So I'll create a list, and here I'm going to create a list which is an article model that I've shown you. So I'll write article model, and here I'm going to write articles. Yeah, so here I'm going to again create a empty list. Now once I've created the empty list, now here I just need to call our get news function. Yeah, so the get news function will be something like this. Yeah, so I'll just write a get news function. Now the what is a get news function? Now the get news function will be called when we need to show the news in our hottest news section. So I'll just write a function name which is a get news, and in the get news I'll just pass first a sync, and here I'll write a news, and here I'll write a news class. Sorry, not over here. I'll write a news class. So I'll write a news class is equals to, and we'll create a function name which is a news. Yeah, I think so we need to call this something like this. Yeah, so once we have called this, so here you can see that this is a news class that we have created, and I'm trying to call that in the home page so that I can show all the data we have stored in the list. Yeah, so I'll write await, and here I'm going to write a news class here again dot get news, which is our function name, and here I'll just pass an articles, and in the articles list I'm going to store all the news. Yeah, so I'll write news class dot news, something like this. Now once we have passed this, we can pass a set state. Now we can pass a loading thing over here, because like until the function is not called and we haven't get all the data from the news API, then we'll going to show a loading screen over here. So for that I need to create a bool, and in the bool I'll just write a, you can say, loading, and we'll just pass a true. Yeah, so once the loading is true, and once we get a data, we'll make a loading to false to show that the news. Yeah, So these are the things that we need to do. Now let's move, and where we have wrote some of the thing to show the API in the list view, I'll just pass list view.builder over here, and in the list view.builder I need to just remove this thing that we have written. I guess we can do one thing like list view builder, and here I'm going to pass an item builder. Yeah, so I'll just pass an item builder, and in the item builder I'll just write like a context index will be something like this, and here I'm going to write a return, and the return I'm going to pass this container. So let me cut this container, a complete container from here. So I'll just cut out the container from here, and we are going to simply paste it something over here. Yeah, and we'll remove all the things that we don't need for now. Yeah, so these are the things that we don't need for now. There is some problem, I guess. Let me check. Yeah, so there is some curly braces problem, so I'll just need to add some of the brackets to make it done. Yeah, I don't know why it is creating a problem. So let's do one thing. Let's cut a complete container from here, and we are going to remove this list view dot builder, or yeah, we can do something like this. Yeah, and we need to pass this. Yeah, so now it is okay. Now we can write a return, and we can paste the case that we have written. Yeah, so here it is. And now once we have wrote this in the item builder, I need to pass the item count. Yeah, so for the item count I'll just write out item count, and we need to pass articles dot length. Yeah, and we need to also pass a sync and wrap. So I'll pass a sync and wrap to true, and here I'm going to pass a physics. Now what is a physics? So this is not a physics, gravity or Newton law. So these are the, you can say a list view will have his own physics, and in the physics you can simply pass like how you want to show the list view builder, like you if you want to keep it in the scrolling form. So I'll just pass a clamping scroll physics in the container. Yeah, so once we have passed this thing, now here I can pass a data. So to pass a data, first I need to pass image.network, and here I'm going to pass articles, and here I'm going to first pass index dot and a URL to image that we have used. Yeah, so URL to image something like this, and here I'm going to show the title. So for the title just need to write articles index here again, and in the index I'll just write index dot and title, and we need to also pass a description. So I'll just need to write something like this. So for the description I just need to write articles index dot description. Yeah, something like this. Now once we have done all this thing, now we can show the data over here. Yeah, so let me like hot restart the app again, and I think so hot restart will work over here. If not, then we need to close a complete VS code and the emulator to make the thing work. Yeah, and do not forget to paste your API key. As I have told you, you can paste your API key over here. Yeah, so once you call a get news function, now you have wrote a get news function. Now you need to call that get news function in the init state. So you can call this data and can store in the articles list, and you can show that news over here. Yeah, so that's why I wrote a get news function over here, and do not forget to call that in the init state, otherwise you won't get a result. Yeah, you can see that there is the overflow pixel error, because you can see that the article that have been shown, not an article, the news that have been shown over here, the title is in more than 4 lines, is more than I think so 2 lines, which doesn't fit over here. So I need to just pass like it should be shown just in the 2 lines. I don't need more than 2 lines over here. So to pass that case in the text widget, I'll just pass like max lines will be 2. I just don't need more than 2, and we need to also pass a description, same thing. So I'll just pass a max line to 2. Yeah, so this is how we can set the thing and can show the news, all the news over here. And if you want, you can pass a space, like both the news are stuck with each another. So for that, I just need to pass a margin from the right position to, and will pass a right 10.0. Yeah, something like this. Now I can see all the news in the hottest news section, as you can see here. So this is how we can show that data from our news API, and I have shown you how to show that data from the news API. Now here comes one more thing, which is a trending news. Not a trending news. First, let's add the category section, then I'm going to move forward. Yeah, so in the categories section, what I'm going to do first is that first I'm going to create a call an API. First, I'm going to call an API. So what API I'm going to call, I will let me show you first. So we are passing a category. So I'm going to pass this one. Like here, we can pass a different category that the user are going to select. So here, first in the services folder, I will create a new file name, which is show category, and I'm going to write show category news dot. Yeah, so this is the file that I've created. Now here I'm going to create a class. Now in the class, I will just pass a show category news. So this is a class name, and here I'm going to create a list. Now in the list, first I will just pass like a category model. We haven't created a category model till now. So for that, I'll just move over here and will just write show category, and here you can see dot. Yeah, so there is not much nothing much to show that we have written for our tech, not a tech crunch, for the hottest news section. In the hottest news, we are calling a title, description, and URL to image. So these are the three things that we also need in our categories model. Yeah, so for that, I will do one more thing. Like here, I'll create a class name, which will be a show category model. So I'll write show category model, something like this. And here I'll just pass a string, so that will be the same string. So why to write again. So I'll copy this and will simply paste it something over here. And don't forget to call, otherwise you can't pass the data. So I'll pass this dot description, this dot title, and this dot URL to image, something like this. Now in the show category model, now I can pass the show category model, something like this. Now here I just need to create an empty list that we have created 2 times before, as you can see that. So I'll same thing I do over here. So I'll create an empty list, which is a categories. Now I'm going to create a future, and in the future I'm going to create a function name, which is a get category news. Yeah, so get category news. So this is the function that I've created. Now before we move forward, I want to tell you that if you haven't hit that subscribe button, then what you are waiting for? Because I'm trying my best to explain you in the easiest way as possible, and I'm noticing that while many of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet, hit that subscribe button. It is totally free. You don't need to pay anything extra to hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. So show your support by hitting that subscribe button. Yeah, now let's move forward. I hope that you have subscribed till now. Yeah, so I'll pass a string over here, and here I'm going to pass a category. Now the reason for passing a category over here, because here you can see that there is a different categories that we have shown in our app, which is business, entertainment, science. So we don't know that which category that the user going to select. So to track that which category, like if the user selects science, so we are going to simply pass a science over here, and we are going to show all the news related to the science. Yeah, so for that, I have just passed a string category, and here I'm going to pass a string URL. Now in the URL, I'm going to pass this URL, so which is this URL. So I'll copy this, and we are going to paste it something over here like this. Yeah, and change the API key that you need to pass. Yeah. So once we have wrote this, now the same thing that we have written for our hottest news. So I'll write var response equals to await http. So http dot get. So we need to call the http function, something like this. Yeah, so where it is over here. So I need to copy this, and we are going to paste it something over here. dot get, and here I'm going to pass URI dot parse, and we need to pass the URL that we are passing. So once we have passed the URL, I need to get a data. So I'll just write var JSON data is equals to, and we'll need to pass a JSON decode so that I can decode what response we are getting. So I'll write response dot body, something like this. Now once we have wrote this thing, here we need to write a same thing that we have written, like if JSON data, because here you can see that the status is also passed is okay. So for that I just need to pass JSON data if the status is okay. So I'll do one thing. Let's write why to copy the thing again. Yeah, so I'll write if JSON data status is okay, and if it is true, then we are going to pass a JSON data, and we are going to move to the articles section. Yeah, here you can see that articles, and we are going to paste that over here. So I'll just paste it the articles from here, and once we get articles for each element, because as you know that, as I've told you, that article is in the form of the list. Yeah, so we need to pass for each element over here, and we need to get each element, and once we get all the element, then we are going to do one thing. Here I will pass if let's copy this, and we are going to paste it something over here. I guess it is okay. Something like this. Now here I need to just change, like I don't need an article model, so here I just need to write a show category model. So I'll write show category model, and we need to just change it to also. So write show category model equals to show category model, something like this. Yeah, and here I'm going to just write a categories that we have passed. So the list, as you can see here, the categories dot add, and here I'm going to add a show category model where we have stored the data. Yeah, so this is how we are going to get a data from the category that the user going to select. Yeah, now this is just a thing. Now here when the business is selected, we are going to show all the news related to the business. So we need to navigate to the different page. So for that I need to create one page. Yeah, so for that, let's move to the pages folder, and we'll simply create a new file name which is category news, where I'm going to show all the category news related to that. So I'll write category news dot dart, and first I'm going to import the package by using material dot dart. So I'll write material, sorry. So here I'll write import material yeah, so I'll write a stateful widget name which will be the category news. So I'll just write a category news, something like this. Now here once we have passed the category news, now I'm going to pass a string name. Now let's pass name. I guess name will be okay, and here I'm going to pass the category news. Now the reason behind the passing the name, because I need to keep a track like which category that the user have selected. Now for example, if the user have selected a business category, now the page where we are going to show all the news related to the category that the user have selected, the headline of the page will be changed from buzz line to the business. So this is the thing like we can show to make our app really interesting. Yeah, so this is the thing that I've thought about. So I'll just write this dot name, something like this, and here I'll just pass dot required function, and here I just need to first get all the news from the category. So for that I just need to create a list, and these are all the things that we have done in our home page. Yeah, so there is not like anything extra that you need to know over here. So here I'll just create a categories list, and here I'm again going to create a bool loading to true. Yeah, something like this, loading to true, and here I'm going to pass a init state, and in the init state I need to pass a function name which is a get news. So for that I'll just create a function name which is get news, and here I'm going to just write and async and I need to write a show category news. Show category news is equals to show category news, something like this. Now here I just need to pass an await, and we need to write a show category news dot get category news. So you know that get category news that we have created here. So this is the function that we are trying to call over here, and this is where we are going to pass our category that we have selected. Now once we have done all this thing, now I need to pass dot to lowercase, because here you can see that all the categories have been sent in the lowercase, because here you can see that business B is in capital, but all the letters that we are passing in the category should be in the lowercase. So that's why I'm passing widget dot name dot to lowercase. And once we have done this thing, I just need to pass a categories is equals to show category news. So category news dot categories, something like this. So I found that error. The thing was that there was a silly mistake. As you can see that we have created a list, and there is a model, show category model. So here you can see that we have wrote a different thing, which is a show category news. I need to write a same model that we have created rather than a show category news. So I'll write show category model, and here the error is gone. Yeah. So these are the some errors that you can face while writing a code. So do not need to worry. Just read a code, like not a read a code, read a error, like why we are facing that error and how we can fix that error. So that will simply give the thing like how we can solve that error in just a few seconds. Yeah. So once the loading is done, we'll just make the loading to false. And once we get a data, now here I can pass our get news function. So I'll just write a get news function, something like this. Yeah. Now here first I'm going to create a scaffold. Now in the scaffold, what I'm going to do, first I'm going to create a body, container, and a child, and a call, and you can see a children. Yeah. So let move to the category news. Yeah, so let move to the category news so that I can show you what all code I'm writing over here. So I'll move to the get category news, and I'll just pass a random text for now. Yeah, so let's hot restart the app, and here we have moved to the category news section. So here I'm going to pass like first what I'm thinking that let's pass the background color to this page. So I'll write background color, and here I'm going to pass the color. So the color will be the color that we have passed to the text, so which is this color. So I'm going to copy this color, and we are going to paste it something over here. Yeah. So let's remove this, and we are going to paste this color something like this. And here in the text widget, so first I'm going to write a row children, and in the text widget I'm going to pass a category name. So for an example, if I have selected business, so I'll write business style, and in the text style I'll just pass a color, which will be colors dot white. Font size, let's keep the font size of 22.0, and font weight, let's keep the font weight dot bold. Yep, font weight dot bold, something like this. Now here you can see the text. I need to bring the text something over here. So for that I'll do one thing. Here I'll just pass a main, and will pass main axis alignment dot center, and I need to pass a margin from the top. So I'll write margin edge insert dot only from the top. Let's pass 50.0, and now you can see the text. I can increase the text size up to 30. 30 is okay, I guess. Yeah. And once we have passed our page name, which is business, and I need to also pass a back arrow, because to move back to the page again. So I'll write icon, and I'll write icons dot arrow back, pass arrow back new rounded, and here I need to pass the color to our icon. So I'll write color will pass colors dot white, and here I need to remove this center widget. Yep. So then I need to also provide let's do one thing. Let's wrap up with a padding widget, and we need to just pass dot only from the left. Let's pass 20.0 or 10.0. 10.0 is okay, I guess. Yeah, if you want you can increase the size of an icon, it's up to your choice. Now here I need to pass a width. So for the width I'll just pass size box width media query, and will use a media query rather than passing a fixed width. dot of context dot size dot width, and here I'm going to pass like up to 2. 2 is okay, not it is not. So 4, or let's pass 4.5 or 3.8, I guess. Yeah, so now it is on in the complete center, and we have shown our page name. Now here I'm going to create a circular container, something like this. Yeah, so for that I just need to write a container. Now there is one more thing behind this creating this news app. Like I was asking from you all that what backend should I use for the next project. Then the many of them have commented in the comment box that we need to learn how to integrate the API because the Firebase is paid. So I tell okay, if Firebase is paid, Firebase storage is paid, and you can't use Firebase as a backend, so this is the API you can use because it is totally free. You don't need to pay anything extra. So this is the news app. I will highly recommend you to follow this news app and add in your resume, because this is the news app will teach you a lot how to integrate the API. You don't need to pay a single money while integrating the API. Yeah, and if you want to get a source code, I'll provide the link in the description box. You can get it from there. Any of the choice you can refer. Like if you don't have a time to make this complete app from the scratch by seeing this video, you can follow the source code also. Yeah, now let's move forward, and here in the container I need to pass a decoration, a box decoration. Now in the box decoration, I need to pass a color. The color will be colors.white. So I'll pass colors.white, something like this. And here what I'm going to do, first I'm going to pass a width media query. So media query dot of context dot size dot width, so that it can take a complete width of the screen. And here I'm going to pass a child, a column, and a children. Yeah, now once we have passed this thing, what I'm going to do, first write a text widget, just normally a text widget, so that I can show you. And we'll just run this. Yeah, and here you can see this. I'll just pass a size box height 20.0 so that there will be a gap, and I'll just pass expanded widget so that it can take a complete height of the screen, something like this. And here I'll just pass a border radius. So I'll write border radius dot only. From the top left, I'll pass radius dot circular. Let's pass 20. From the top right, let radius dot circular. Let Yeah, so this is the curved container. As you can see, you can increase a border radius up to your choice. So I'll change it to 30 and 30. Yeah, so now it is okay and it's look good. Yeah, so this is how we can show the data. Now let's create a container and normally an image, like how we want to show the news on this page. So for that, I'll just write a container. Now in the container, I just need to pass a child, image.asset, and I'm going to use images. And once we are call the thing from the API, then we are going to show the image over here. So for that, I'll just create one, not create, I'll just write one image name, which is news1.jpg, something like this. And here what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to pass a margin. So let pass the margin as inset dot all. Let's pass 10. Yeah, or let's pass up to 30. 30 is okay. I guess 30 is okay. Yeah, so now what I'm thinking that let's pass a decoration over here. So I'll write box decoration. Yeah, and let me see if I have used some color. So I'll copy this color code, and I'm going to paste it something over here, and we'll just pass a color, something like this. Now what I'm going to do first is that I will just wrap up with a column widget, something like this. Wrap up with a column widget, and here what I'm going to do, first I'm going to provide a border radius. So I'll wrap up with a clip react widget, and in the clip react widget I'll just pass a border radius to my image. So I'll write border radius dot circular. Let's pass 10. Yeah, so now you can see the circular, not a circular, a border, a image with a border radius. Yeah, so once we have done this thing, now here in the container I need to copy the text widget here again, so to show the title and the description about this news that have been shown over here. So for that I'll just write a text widget here again. Why to write the thing again and again? So let's move to the home widget, and I'll copy the case that we have written for the UI. So what I'm going to do, I need to copy this complete thing, and we are going to paste it something over here in the show category news, not show category news, category news. Yeah, and we are going to paste it something over here. The text is too small, so I'll just change it up to 2. Let's pass with, yeah, and here I'm going to just pass 20, and we need to just make it bold, so I'll write bold, something like this. And I can pass a space, so I'll pass a size box, and let's pass the height. Let's pass the height 5.0 is okay. Yeah, we'll remove the text align from here. Yeah, so it's okay, I guess it is okay. And here I am going to change it again, so remove this. Let's pass the font size. Let's pass the font size up to 22.0. It is too much. Let's pass 18.0, and we'll remove the text align if it is there. I think so. We need to pass a width. Yeah, so it is okay, and it's look good. Yeah. Now here what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to call our home page from here. So I'll just move to the home page first, and here we have moved to the home page, and we'll move to the home dot, and here where we have shown our category, I will just wrap up the container with a gesture detector, and in the onTap method I will just pass like navigator dot push, and I'm going to simply push the user to the which page, so not a show, I think so category news page. Yeah, so for that I just need to write a material page route, and here I'm going to pass a context, and in the context I just need to push the user to the category news page. Yeah, so I'll just write category news, and here I'm going to pass the name that I will simply select from here. Yeah, so I just need to write a category name, and here I'll just write two lowercase, yeah, dot, I guess it is okay. Yeah, I think so we are changing to the lowercase here itself, so we don't need to do it again. Yeah, so once we get the category news, so let me hot reload the app, and here I click to the business, and we'll move to the business page, and here we are going to show all the news related to the business. So again we need a list view dot builder. So for that what I'm going to do is that I will copy the list view dot builder from here, and we are going to paste it something over here, where let me show you in the this page. So I'm going to paste it something over here, and here I'll move to the home, and we are going to copy this category tile again from here. So we'll copy the category tile, and we are going to paste it something over here. So here it is, and here we have done this thing. Yeah, so this is a stateless widget, so we need to close it something from here. Yeah, so it is easy. Now we need to copy the thing that we have just created for like and UI. So I need to just cut it from here. Let me check it again so that there will be no problem. Yeah, so I need to cut it from here. I will just remove this. I don't think so we need to remove this. I need to do one thing. Here I'll just remove this gesture detector, and here I'll just write a container, a child and a column, child and a column and a children. Yeah, and here I'm going to paste this thing that we have created just for the UI. Yeah, so you can see that if there will be any problem related to the bracket and all, so we can fix that. So we have written container column clip react widget. I guess we don't need this thing, so I'll remove this from here. Sorry for that. And here I'll just pass this. I passed a stack widget. It wrote a stack widget. Where is a stack widget? No, there is not any stack. There is some problem, I guess, in the curly braces, not a curly braces, a brackets and all. So we can fix this. Yeah, so here it is done. We have passed to this, and here I'll just remove all the unnecessary brackets again. So this we have just created for the UI, as I was telling you. Yeah, so we can remove this because we don't need this thing over here. So I will just also remove the column widget. I don't think we need this, all this thing. Yeah, so now I'm going to pass in the child a list view dot builder. So I'll simply cut it from here, we'll paste it over here, something like this. And we have already passed a category tile, and in the category tile here we are going to pass the image. So I'll just pass the image, the title. So yeah, it is okay. So here I'm going to first pass the image, the title, and the what we are going to pass a description. So these are the three things that we need to pass. So I'll just change to this dot image and this dot title and then the description. So these are the things that we need to write over here. So once we have wrote this thing, now here what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to just pass a name, or not a name, image is already passed. So URL to image, and here we need to just pass like one title. So I'll just pass categories index dot title and the description. So these are the few things that we need to pass. So I'll just write categories index dot description. Yep, so these are the few things that we need to pass it over here. Now we need to simply hot restart the app and let's test how it is going to work. So we can't see anything over here. So is there any problem? We can check it here. Yeah, so we can't see the image. Okay, the title is also not seen, so I'll just need to pass a title and a description, something like this. We can pass a description. Yeah, so I forgot to paste my API key over here. So make sure that when you are pasting the URL link, make sure you pass your API key. Now once we have passed the API key, now we'll simply hot restart the app again and we'll click to the business, and now we are going to show all the result of the category. I hope, yeah, it is working. So it is taking some time. Yeah, but here you can see that it is in the form of horizontal direction, but we need to show all the thing in the vertical direction. So for that I will do here one thing. I'll just change, or we can directly remove that because by default it has been set to in the vertical form. And here rather than image.asset, because our image is in the form of network, so I'll just write network image, something like this, and now we can see the image. So these are the some image that we need to show it over here. Now once we have done this thing, now we need to also pass a margin so that we can see all the news clearly. So I'll pass margin as insert dot only, from the left 20.0, from the right 20.0. So here it is, and here we can see all the news. Yeah, now we can also fix some few things. Now here you can see that once I scroll, I can see all the news. Yeah, it is working brilliantly. Yeah, so there are some more few things that we can fix over here. I guess height is okay, and if there is unknown padding, so I'll write padding edge insert only, edge insert dot edge insert dot all to 0. We can pass to 0 so that we don't need any padding. And here I can pass a padding from here. From where? Let me show you. So I'll just pass a padding from the top. Let's pass 20.0 so that there will be the enough space and I can see all the things. Yeah, so this is how we can see the news, and here you can see the title and the description. Now if you want, you can simply like change like how much line you want to show the title in the description. So for an example, if you want, you can just pass the max line that we have done before. So I'll just pass a max line like up to 3, up to 2, and just pass to the description like max line up to 3. So this will simply set the thing and it will be shown over here. So now it's look good, and I guess we can see all the news and related to the business. Yeah, so we can pass up to 40. 40 is okay, I guess. Yeah, so it is okay, and now we can directly move back to the home screen. So for that, I'll just need to wrap up the icon with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I'll just pass navigator dot pop context so that I can directly move back to the with screen our home screen. Yeah, so we'll directly move back to the home screen. Yeah, something like this. Now here you can pass the same thing for the entertainment, science, sports, so it will going to work accordingly. So you can see that by using a state management we have passed a different categories. Now we don't need to create a page for the each category like business, entertainment, science. No, we just created single page which is category news, and it going to handle all the category that have been shown in the app. Yeah, so this is the main use of this state management. And here what I'm going to do is that, again, when I will tap to this, you will see the sports, you will going to see all the news related to the sports. Yeah, so here it has been fixed to the business. So let me check the thing. So here what we have done is that we haven't passed, I think so, when we are clicking to the sports we can't see the sports because we have just passed a business as the permanent one. So I'll just write widget dot name so that I can get a sports. Yeah, so this is how we can do that, and I'll just pass 3.5, I guess, or 3.3. Yeah, it is okay. Yeah, it is okay. So sports, now we need to get all the news related to the sports, technology and science. Yeah, but we are getting the same news again and again. Yeah, so the reason that we are getting only the business news over here because we haven't passed the category over here. So I just need to pass like something like this, a dollar sign, and the category that we are passing. So here you can see that by using this API I can pass like call a get category news function and can pass a different category that the user going to select. Yeah, so this is the main use of this URL. I hope it is clear. So once we have done this thing, now let's test the app again. So I'll simply hot restart the app and we'll click to the science, and here you can see that we are getting all the news related to the science. And when I'll move to the sports, now I'm going to get all the news related to the sports. Yeah, so it is working brilliantly, and you can see that it going to show me the news related to the category I'm going to simply select over here. Yeah, so this is how it is going to work, and you can see that it looks really good, and we can get all the news related to the category that I am selecting. Yeah, here what I'm going to do is that, like, when the user will press to the any of the category, like for example business, and here there the news they can see. Now when they tap to the news and they want to read the news in the more detail, then we need to get the URL link of that specific page of that news so that we can show them in the app and the user can read about that news in the more detail. So for that, here you can see that there is a URL. So I forgot to call this URL because we need to get this link. So when you tap to this link, you can see that it simply opens a page where we can read the news about in the more detail. Yeah, so these were the some things that we need to do here. So what I'm going to do is that first I'm going to write here a string, and in the string I just need to pass an URL, something like this, and here I'm going to write like this dot URL so that I can get the URL link first, and then we'll move to the our category news, not category news, so category news, and here I'm going to pass that something like this. So I'll write URL element, and then we need to just pass the URL, something like this. Yeah, so we need to do same for this section where we have shown our hottest news. So I'll just pass string URL, something like this, and here I'll just write this dot URL, and we need to just pass it something over here. Where? Over here, let me show you. So I'll just write URL element, and here I'm going to pass an URL. Yeah, so now you can see that here in the perspec.ml file I have used this version of WebView Flutter. Now the version is 3.0.1. Now make sure that you use this exact version in your perspec.ml file to get the result. Yeah, because the other version of the WebView Flutter can't help to get the exact result. So I'm telling you that to use this exact version of WebView Flutter. And here you can see that in article view.dart file I have just created one page where we are going to read that detail about a news in much more detail that the page I've shown you. So we're going to use the web view, and we are going to allow the user to move to that website, or you can say the link, and can read the news in the more detail. Yeah, so this was the reason to pass the article view. Now here what I'm going to do is that where we have shown the category news, let me show you. So this is the page, and where we have shown, we'll wrap up with a gesture detector, and in the on tap method I will just push the user to the article view page. So I'll just write navigator dot push, and will just push the user. So I'll just write material page root, something like this, material page root, and here I'm going to just pass a context, and in the context I'm going to pass to the article view section, and here I'm going to push the we need to also get the URL, so I need to just pass the URL. So I'll write this dot URL, something like this. Yeah, and here I'm going to pass the URL something like this. So I'll write URL category index dot URL, something like this. Yeah, and we need to just pass the URL something over here. I hope it is going to work. So let's hot restart the app again, and here I'll just click to this business, and we are going to get all the news related to the business, and I will simply tap to this, and let's see the detail. Like, yeah, so we have moved to the buzz line, and it is taking some time, I guess. So it simply says that there is unable to stabilize the connection on the channel. So the reason behind this, because we have just added one package in the perspec.ml file, so hot reload and hot restart will not going to work over here. So we need to simply close a complete VS code and the emulator and rerun the complete app again. So let me do that for you so that I can show you what result we are going to get over here. Yeah, hot restart, sorry, not hot restart, I completely rerun the app again. Now I'll show you what result we are going to get. So I'll simply click to the business, and we are going to click to this news, and here you can see that we have successfully moved to the website of where the news is, and now I can simply read the news in the more detail and can get the news up in much more way. Yeah, so this is what we can do, and let's move to the sports, and in the sports I'm going to simply click to over here, and here you can see that once I click to this, and here I get all the news in the much more detail. So this is a web view, as you can see here. So this is the widget, the web view that we have used, and it simply shows that complete link of that website in our app. So this is what we can do to read the news in the more detail. Yeah, so let's pass to our hottest news section also, so that I can just read that news over here. So for that, what I'm going to do is that here where we have passed all the things, so we have passed over here. So what I'm going to do here, first I'm going to wrap up with a gesture detector, and again I will, in the on tap method, I will again push the user to the article view page. So I'll write navigator dot push, and will push the user to the article view page. So I'll just write material page root. So I'll write material page root context and will push the user to the article view page. So I'll just move to the article view, and here in the URL I'll just write something like this, which is article index. So I'll write articles index dot URL. Yeah, so this is what we can pass, and now we'll simply hot restart the app again. Now what I'm going to do, now I'm going to simply click to this arrow, and you can see that we directly move to the web view, and now I can read about this news in the much more detail. Yeah, so this is the awesome thing that we have done in our app. Now we have come to the end of this awesome Buzzline app, but there comes one more thing, which is a trending news section. Yeah, so for the trending news, what I'm going to do is that uh, let me see. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this container here again, and we are going to paste it over where, over here, something over here, and I'm going to cut this complete container that we have just shown for the UI of our trending news section. So I'm going to simply cut it from here, and we will simply paste that in our list view. Yeah, so I'm going to paste it something over here. Yeah, it is okay, so there is not any problem. Yeah, now what I'm going to do, so there you can see that there is a problem, but we need to show the news in the vertical form. So I'll just pass vertical, and we'll hot restart the app again. Sorry, we have cut it from the right position, so I need to cut it from here, I guess. Yeah, it is okay. Now here what I'm going to do is that first I just need to pass image.network, and then I'm going to pass the image. So yeah, wait a second. Yeah, so articles, the index dot, and here the URL to image, something like this, and here we have shown the our title. So article index and dot title. So here we are going to show the title, and here we are going to see the description. So again I write article index dot description, something like this. Yeah, so we have passed all this thing, and now we can see the news, but there is an overflow pixel error, so don't need to worry about that. What we are going to do is that here I will just wrap up the container with a single child scroll view, something like this. I hope it should work. Yeah, it is working, and now I can simply scroll the complete news. So here you can see that, so I can also scroll in this way, and if you want that to be scroll in the better way, like it should be fixed, and I can scroll the complete page like this. So what I'm going to do for that, first let me remove this unknown padding over here. So for that I'll just move over here, and you know that padding edge inset dot all, so not all, we need to just pass dot zero, sorry, zero, something like this, so that there will be unknown space. And now we can also like pass some spacing, because all the things are stuck with each another. So for that I'll just remove the dot only from the bottom. Let's pass 20.0 so that there will be some space, and we need to also pass from the right. Let's pass 20.0. Yeah, so now we can see the news, but we need to also change the max line. So for that what I'm going to do is that here again the max line will be up to 3 is okay, and the title will be up to the title, so title will be up to 2 is okay. Yeah, so now it's look good, and now I can simply see all the trending news that I want to simply look. Yeah, now here also what I'm going to do is that, yeah, so URL is already passed, so when I'll tap to this I can read that news in the much more detail. Yeah, so these were the some things. So if you want that the thing to be completely fixed and the user can't scroll like this, they can scroll with this page. So here you need to just pass like this, which is like never scrollable physics, and we need to just hot restart the app again, and now you will see the magic. So here you can see that we need to do one thing first. Yeah, so here you can see that this is the magic that I was telling about. So I just need to change the height so that it can take a complete height, and we can see all the news related to that. So simply hot restart the app again, and once the app is done, and now I can simply see all the trending news, and it is scrolling with a page. Yeah, so this is a thing that will give a better experience to the user when they are using this app. Yeah, so if you want, you can also pass a spacing from the bottom, something like this. Yeah, so here we have made a complete buzzline app, or you can say a news app from the scratch, where you can see that there is a hottest news section where the user can simply scroll and can read all the hottest news, and when they will tap, they can read the news in the much more detail. There is a different categories like business, entertainment, science, sports, technology, so they can tap to the any of the categories and can read the news again, and a trending news section so that they can see all the trending news. So these were the things that we have added in our news app. Now in the trending news you can add some more API, because in the news API there are lots of things that you can use, like some other APIs if you can use. I have just shown you how to show the news by using a news API, but if you want to use any other API through the news API, you can do that. Yeah, it is very easy. Now I think so you can get it, like how easy it is to add a API in the Flutter app. Now this was the thing that I have done from my side, like making this complete buzzline app. But from your side, I want that each one of you to hit that like and subscribe button, because I'm noticing that while many of you are loving our videos but haven't hit that subscribe button yet. So why you are waiting for? Because I've tried my best to explain you in the easiest way as possible, and I've also used a state management to make this complete code very easy for you all to understand. So hit that subscribe button and be the part of this awesome Flutter family. But before moving to the last part of our awesome news app series, I want to show how our incredible app will look alike. So here is my complete news app. So it is a landing page now, and you can see the image and the text we have written news from around the world for you. Now I will click on the get started button, and we will move to the home page of the app. So at the top you can see the different category like business, entertainment, general, health, sports. Now you can see a breaking news section here with a carousel slider which is moving automatically, and you can see all the top breaking news here with the image and the title. And just at the bottom you can see the trending news section where you can see all the news in the trending section. So when you will click to any of the category like business, then you will move to the page named business here, and you can see all the news related to the business here. Now if you will click on any of the news, then you will move to the web view of that news so that you can read the news on more detail. Now let's move back to the home page again, and when I will click on the sports, then it will show me all the news related to the sports here, and will click it on again and can read the news on more detail. Now let's go back. So in the breaking news section you can see view all. So when you will click on the view all, then you can see all the breaking news, and when you will click on any of the breaking news, as same you can read that news on more detail. Now let's go back, and in the trending news section you can see the different news, and when we'll click on the news again, then you can read that news also in more detail. Now view all. So in view all you can read all the news related to the trending news. We will use a news API here which will work as the backend of our app. So let me take you to the news API website from where you will get the specific API key, and that key you can use on the app to access all the API here. So now as you can see here, if we need all the articles about Tesla from the last month, then we can use this API and can see all the news related to the Tesla in our app. Now we have added the different category in our app. So from here we can set the category according to our choice. Now it is showing a business, so it will show all the news related to business here. Now if you are looking for the specific source, then you can use this API on the app. So now let's move to the code and develop the app from scratch. So now we will start the developing app from the scratch. So let's move and will create a folder named pages here. Inside the pages folder, I will create a new file named home.dart here. Now inside the home.dart file, I will create a stateful widget named home here. So I will write a scaffold widget here, body, container. Will write a app bar here because my app name, because I want to show my app name at the top of the screen. So I will use app bar here. Now app bar, title, row. Inside the row, I will pass a to text here because I want to show Flutter in black color and news in blue color. So I will pass a to text inside the row. Now I'll give some styling to a news text here. So style, text style. I will pass the color here, blue, and font weight dot bold. So as you can see, the text appear on our emulator, but it is on the left side of the screen. So I need to move this text bottom of the screen. So I will make the app bar center title to true. Also, we'll make the elevation to 0 because I want to remove any default elevation given by the app bar here. Now we also need to write main axis alignment makes main axis alignment dot center to center the text here. So as you can see, the text are on the center of the screen now. So after the app bar, I want to show all the list of categories here. So I will create a stateless widget name category tile here. Basically in category tile, we'll give some styling to a category we want to show in, and we'll pass image and category name here. As I have shown you in the UI, there will be a image, and at the top of that, using a stack widget, we'll write a category name. So in container, I will pass a child stack here and will write image.asset, and will get the images from the asset folder will create in this VS code. So I'm writing image.asset image and will pass a width and height of the image. So to get the image, I will create a list here, and we will call that list in the home page, and through that we will show all the category in the home page. So I will create a new folder name model here. Now inside the models folder, I will create a new file name category model dot dart. In category model dot dart, we'll create a class and will pass a two string name, image and name, which will be the image of the category and the name we want to pass. Now I will create one more folder named services here. Now inside the services folder, I will create a new file name data.dart where I will create a list of category model here and will call that category model in the home page and will show all the category in the home page. So I will create a list name get categories here and will pass a category model so that we can get the string category name and image that we have wrote inside the category model. Now I will add the category name and image one by one and will store them in the list name category here. So our first category name is business and in category model dot image I will pass the images that we have saved on the images folder here. So let me save some of the images for the each category here. So as you can see in the images folder, I had saved all the category images that we will needed to create a category inside our home page and will save that in the list name category here. So let me save all the category name and image inside the category list. Now we'll return a category where we have saved all the list. So it is done. Now let's move to the home page and we'll call this get categories inside the list. So I make a list name categories here and will pass a category model and in the init state I will assign the all the list to a categories that we have saved on get categories function. Now let's move to the container and we'll create a column widget here. Now we'll create a container and we'll pass a list view dot builder. The reason for writing the list view dot builder is because I want to show all the list that we have saved on categories here and will pass the each list that we have saved in the categories to a category tile where it will show us the category name and category image in the form of container. So in item count I am passing a categories length and will return a category tile an image will pass a one by one images that we have saved in the categories here, and same for the name. Let me also explain you what does categories index.image does here. So categories, if the index is 0, then it will take the first list that we have saved in the categories section here, which will be a business image. As you can see on the top that we have saved first business list here. So it will get the image of the business.jpg inside the image and will pass to a category tile and will show the image and name according to that. So let me do hot restart. So as you can see, our app is not reading the image that we have saved inside the images folder. Basically, we need to start the complete app again and relaunch the project again. So give me a second. Let me relaunch the project again. So as you can see, we have successfully relaunch the project and you can now see the all the images that we have saved inside the images folder in the form of list view. But as you can see, the images are in the vertical position, but I want to show all the images in the horizontal portion. So I will move to the list view dot builder and will write inside the scroll direction that axis dot horizontal. Now we'll hot restart it again. So we are facing some error here. We had forgot to pass the height inside the container. So I'm passing the height to the container here. Now you can see the images in the horizontal position. But we need to fix some height and width of the images here. So I will use a fit boxfit.cover and it is now using the complete width that we have provided. Now the images are stuck with each another. So we'll provide some margin here. So we'll provide edge inset dot only right 16 to provide the margin at the right side of the each category here. Now I'll wrap up the image.asset with the clip react to provide some border radius to a image here and we'll pass a border radius. So now we want to show a category name here. So I will write one more container here and in the text widget we'll pass a category name and we'll give some style to a category name here. So I'm writing colors.white. We'll pass some color to a container to so that we can see the image clearly. So now you can see the image inside the images that we had passed. Now we'll use a center widget to make a text to the center of the image. Now we'll provide some border radius to this container now. So we'll pass a border radius to the container. Now we'll give some font size to a text here and we'll write font size 14 and we'll pass a font weight W500. I also want to provide to some margin to the first category we see here. So I will provide margin h insert dot only left 10.0. So now it looks good here. So now I am doing some more customization to a category tile here to look it more attractive for the user who are using the app. If you have any other idea to provide more styling to a category tile here, then you can go in your way too. So our category section is done. Now I want to provide the breaking news that I have shown you in the UI. So that is a moving container which will be shown one after the another. The moving container which I have shown you on the UI is known as carousel slider here. So we need to go to the pub dev and we need to copy the carousel slider package from the pub dev and we need to paste it inside the perspec.yaml file. Now run this package. Now let's move to the home.dart file. Now just below the category I will write carousel slider.builder to show all the slider that we want to show inside the breaking news. But we need to show the image and the text at the top of the image in the carousel slider. So to save the image and the text, I will go to the model and will create a slider model.dart file here. Now we will create a class name slider model here and will pass a toString name, one for the name of the slider and second for the image. Now inside the services folder, I will create a slider data.dart file where I will save all the data in the list that we want to show in the carousel slider. So I will move to the data.dart file and copy the all the data from here and paste it inside the slider data.dart file because it will be same just like the what we have shown in the category section. I will just make some changes to the code here and will give a get slider function here and will pass a list name slider and will save the list one by one that we want to show in the carousel slider. So let me save all the three lists inside the slider list that we have created. So it is done. Now let's move to the home.dart file and we'll get the all the slider that we have saved in the get slider function, and we'll get them according to what we have done for the get categories function here, and we'll pass a list name slider here, and in init state I will save all the list inside the slider list here. The reason for calling the list inside the init state is because whenever the app is launches, then init state is the first function that usually calls, and then the whole app function starts. So as soon as the home page is called, I want that to save all the list that we have passed in the home page here, so that it takes just a few seconds to show all the categories, slider and news to us in just a few seconds. So now I will create a widget name build image here, and in build image we'll pass a image, and the index will pass the image index and the name that we want to show in the slider here. So I will create a container here. Now inside the container I want to pass the image that we want to show in the slider form. We'll create a child image.asset and will pass the image that we have saved on the images folder here. For now, I am using the images that are saved on the images folder here. But when we call the API using the news API, then I will use a image.network to show all the images in the breaking news section. We'll pass a with media query dot of context dot size dot width. I have wrote the widget outside the scaffold widget here. That's why it is showing the error inside the context. So I will paste it inside the scaffold widget. So it is done. So in item.count, I will pass the slider.length, which is our list name sliders, and will get the length using dot length function here. And item builder will pass the each index of the list, and will use a variable name res here, and in res variable will pass a each string, and will return it to build image. So first we need the image here. So it is asking that in res we should pass a string. So slider.index.image, and will remove a final and will write a string. So it is done. Now we'll do same for the name. So I created a string name res1, and through the index we'll get the name of the each list here, and we'll pass it to the widget name build image. Now inside the option I will pass a carousel option. Basically, carousel option is something which help us to provide the many features how we want to show the carousel slider here. So I give a height 200 because I want to show the slider with the height 200 here. Viewport fraction 1. Viewport fraction 1 because I want to show one image at a time in our home screen and want to enlarge the center page, so I will make it to true. So let me hot reload. We are facing some error here. So let me hot restart it again. So now as you can see we have got the slider here, but it is not in the autoplay form. I want that slider to move automatically without moving the slider one by one manually. So I will go to the carousel option and will make autoplay to true and will hot restart it again. So now as you can see our sliders are moving automatically. So now I will remove the enlarge center page and viewport fraction and will hot restart it again. So now as you can see the other two slider also. Now I will enlarge the center page to true. Now you can see it is enlarging the center page. I will provide some height. So now let's move to the build image widget here. Now we'll wrap up the image.asset with the clip react to provide some border radius to the image here and we'll provide some margin because as you can see each slider has been stuck with each another. We'll hot restart it again. Now it's look good. So when you go to the carousel option, you can see there are the many more features you can use according to your need. You can see reverse, false true, and autoplay interval, autoplay animation duration, in how much time you want to move to the next slider. You can also give the duration here and many more things you can try according to your need. So now I want to show the text at the top of the each image here. So I will write a container and in decoration, box decoration, I will pass the color here and will give some width media query dot of context dot size dot width and I will give some margin from the top. So as you can see the black container here, so I'll provide the margin from the top according to my choice. Now it's look good. Now I'll provide some border radius to a container here from the bottom left and bottom right. Let me provide some more height to the slider here because the user can see what all text we have wrote inside the slider clearly. Now in child, I will write a text. We will pass the text to the each slider here and will give some styling to the text widget here. So as you can see, the text on the each slider. Now we'll do some customization to show the text in more clear form. So I provide some height to the container here. So now our slider part is done, but I also want to show some dot-like structure below the slider. So as the slider will be moved, that dotted structure will also be moved and it will indicate that how much slider will be come next to that. So in carousel option, I will write a function name on page change here and will keep refreshing the index if we are going to the new page or slider here by using a set state method. I will write a int active index equals to 0 and will keep on updating the active index here, which will help us to move the dot indicator to the next dot as soon as the slider or page changes. So now I will move to the pub dev and will copy the smooth page indicator package from here and paste it on inside the perspec.ml file. As you can see on the smooth page indicator, you can see many designs or animations you want to show the indicator below your carousel slider. You can use any of the effect you want to show inside the app. There are many effects in the smooth page indicator package. So now I'll go to the home.dart page again and I will give some height and then we will show the widget name build indicator here. So let me create the widget build indicator here. So I've created a widget name build indicator here and so I want to show animated container here. So I will write an animated container and active index will pass the active index that we have wrote that will change as soon as the slider or page has been changed and then the on page function will be called and update the active index here. Now we'll give some length of the slider because we want to show only that much indicator how much slider are present here. In effect, I will pass a slide effect here. You can pass any effect according to your choice that I have shown you in the pubdev file, like jump effect, swipe effect, and many more what you like. Now I'll give some width and height of the dot how I want here and will give a active dot color. So when the dot is active, then the active dot color will show what color we have passed here. So it is done. Now as you can see here, as soon as our slider move to the next slider, then our active index changes and it also move the dot slider to the next dot. So now I'll move to the column again and will pass a text breaking news here. The slider I have shown here are all the breaking news that we will get from the news API. So as you can see here, breaking news text appear here. Now I want to move to the left side of the screen. So I will go to the column and will write cross axis alignment dot start. Now I'll wrap up with the row because after the breaking news, I want to show a view all text where the user will press the view all text and can see all the breaking news that will pass them through the API. So it is done. I will change the color of the view all here, and I also want to provide a maximum space between the row, so I will use a main axis alignment dot space between. So using a cross-axis alignment, our build indicator is on the left side. So I will use a center widget to make it to the center of the screen. So it is done. Now I will copy the row again where we have passed the two text and will show a trending news now. So now if you want to provide any of the styling to the text here, then you can use a font family here. Basically, in the font family, you can pass the different font according to your choice. I will show you how to use a Google font here and will save that in the fonts folder and will call them in the font family. Though I will not use any font here, I am showing you just if you want to give more styling to the text widget here. So now I'll go to the website name Google font here. Here you can see many more Google font and you can use them according to your choice. So I am searching the Pacifico here, and I will download the font family from here and will unzip the file and will create a new folder named fonts here where we will save all the fonts that we will use on our app and will paste inside the fonts folder. Now let's move to the Perspec ML and we want to show what font we are using in the font family section. In family, I will pass a font name Pacifico regular.ttf file here. So now I will show you how to use that inside the text widget. In font family, I will just write a Pacifico here that we have wrote inside the family of the Perspec ML. So as you can see, our text font has been changed. So now this I wrote just to show how to use a font inside the different text, and you can give the more styling to your text widget according to your choice. Though I will don't use any of the font family here, I will remove the fonts folder from the app. So now let's move to the home page again. We'll add the trending news section here. So first I will make the UI of the trending news. Then we'll use the news API to get the news in our trending news section. So here I will use the row. Now inside the row I will write the container. Now I will show the image using the image.asset here and we'll call the image that we have saved in the images folder. So in the row, first I want to show the image of the news. Then we will use a column where I will show the title at the top and the short description about the news. I also want to tell you that so when the user will click on this news then they will redirect to a web view through which they can read the news in more detail. So as you can see, I have wrote a container here and in container I have gave a image using the image.asset and we got the images that we have saved in the images folder. Now we used a clip react to provide the border radius to the image. Now I will write the text inside the row and I will write some news here and will provide some styling to the text widget here. Now as you can see it is showing some overflow error, so I will wrap up with the container and provide some fixed width to the container so that it takes only that much space that we want to provide in the container. So as you can see, as soon as we provide the width to the container, it changes the line automatically. I will also recommend you to don't provide the fixed width inside the container because if you check the app on the multiple device, then because of the different screen size, you may face the overflow error on the different devices. So to make the app more responsive, you must use media query inside the width. Now I want that the title should be at the top, so I'll provide cross axis cross axis alignment dot start in the row. Now I'll provide some width between the image and the title. So as I've told you, just below the title, I want to provide a short description about the news. Then I will wrap up the container with the column here. Inside the column, I will write the container again and will provide a short description about the news here. Now you can also give the width to the description. We are providing the text widget to avoid the overflow error. Now let me provide the height between the title and the description. Now I am fixing the width according to my choice. You can provide the width according to your choice. Just make sure how much space you want to give at the right side of the screen so it will be more clear for the user to read the news. So now I will wrap up the row with the material widget here and will provide some elevation to look it more clear for the user to read the title and description about the news, and will provide some padding. Now we'll provide some border radius to a material widget. Now it's look good. Let me write one more section inside the trending news so I can show you how it will be in the form of the list view. I am just writing the UI here. As I have told you before, I will use a news API and will call all the news in the form of the list and will use a list view.builder to show all the news here. So it is showing some overflow error here. So I will wrap up the container with a single child scroll view so that user can scroll the screen according to his choice and there will be no overflow error. So now let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a file name landing page.dart here. Now inside the landing page.dart file, I will create a stateful widget name landing page, and I will write scaffold widget, body, container, child, column, children. Now inside the children widget, I will show the image as I have shown in the UI before. So let me add the image here. So as you can see, I have added the image here and I have used image.asset to show the image that I have saved in the images folder. Now I have used a with media query dot of context dot size dot width so that our image will cover the complete width of the screen, and I provided some fixed height here and use a fitboxwidth.cover to use a complete width and height we have provided here. I have used some random image here. You can use any of the image according to your choice. Now I will remove that height and will use a media query for more responsive image so that we can test the app on the multiple devices. Now I'll wrap up the image with a clip react to provide some border radius to the image. So I will provide the border radius 20 here. Now I'll provide some margin from the horizontal direction and vertical too. Let me add the border radius according to my choice. Now I will write a text widget inside the column widget just below the image widget we have provided, and inside the text I will write news from the world for you and will provide some styling to the text widget here. I want that world for you should be in the center, so I'll provide the space between the words in the text widget and will make it to the center using a slash n here. Basically, slash n changes the line if you use inside the text widget. So now it looks good, and now I'll write one more text below this text widget. So inside the text widget, I have wrote best time to read. Take your time to read a little more of this world. Now I'll provide some styling to this text widget. Now I'll use again slash n method so that I can provide some space between the text here and will make it to the center. If you don't want to use a slash n here, then you can use the text inside the column widget also. Just you need to wrap up the each text with the center widget so that it will move the each text widget to the center. Now I'll make a customize button name get started here so that when the user will click on the get started button, then they will directly move to the home page. Now I will use a container to make a customize button here and will inside the text I will write get started and I will provide some styling to the text widget here. Now I'll make the width media query dot of context dot size dot width and will center the text widget. Will provide some padding vertically. Now I will provide some height between the text widget and the customize button we have created. Now I'll wrap up the container with the material widget here so we can show our button in more highlighted form. Now I'm wrapping up the material widget with the container widget again because I want to also provide the width to the material widget we are providing here and will provide some elevation to the material widget here. Now I will move to the image and will wrap up the image with the material widget here, and I will also want to provide some elevation to the image we have mentioned above. So our UI part is done. Now we'll use a news API org to get all the API and we'll show the news in our app. So let's move to the home page again, and I will click on the get started button and we'll move to the home page. So inside the trending news section, I will use a news API to show all the news here. So first I will call the API and will store all the news in the form of the list, and we'll use a list view.builder widget to show all the news in the home page of the app. So let's go to the newsapi.org website and I will show you how we can get the API from this website. First, as you can see, here is a get API button. So if you didn't have the account in the news API website, then click on the get API key and just fill some of the details and you will get one API which will be directly connect to your link so that you can access all the API in the app. I have already signed in the website, so you can see my mail at the top. As you can see, there are the many APIs you can use according to your choice. But I want to show the news in the trending section, so I will use this link to show all the news in the list view that we have created in the UI of the trending news section. But before adding the API in our app, let's move to the pubdev file and we'll use a HTTP and we'll copy the HTTP package from here and paste it on puspecml file. I also want to tell you why I am using a HTTP package here, because as you can see on the API link, it usually starts with HTTP. So to call the HTTP in our app, we need to use HTTP package here so that we can call the API through the app and directly connect to the server, and we'll get all the information from the news API server and get the all the news in our app in the form of list, and we can show that using a list view builder widget. Now I will use a KCAC network image here package and will copy the package and paste it on puspecml file. So now let's move to the model and we'll create a article model.dart section here and we'll create a class name article model. Now inside the article model I will write some string here, and inside this string will get all the data from the API. In this trending news section, we'll call this API here, and inside this API you can see a list here, and now inside the article, as you can see, the list of map has been shown here. Now I want to call the article section and I want to show all the list of map inside my app. So I need to get each list here that is wrote inside the article's map here. So as you can see, in each list there is author, title, description, URL to image, content, etc. But we need these all five things in our app. So I will create a string name one by one. So string author, title, description, URL, and URL to image. and last content. So now let's move to the service folder again, and we'll create a new file name news.dart here, and inside the news.dart file I will create a class name news here, and will write a list name news where we will save all our news that we will get through the API. Now I will create a get news function in the future, and we'll use a string URL, and inside the URL string I will copy the API or URL that we want to call through the app and get all the details or the list that have shown inside the article section. Now where response await http dot get URL. So I need to import the package here. So I will go to the http again, and will copy the package link here and will paste it here. So inside this I will write URI dot parse URL. So through the get method we are getting all the things that have been wrote inside this URL, and we are saving in the response. So I will write where JSON data and will decode the response that we have saved using the get method here, and if the JSON data status section is equals to OK, this is what I mean. So as you can see, if the status is OK, then it is calling the article map here. Now JSON data articles for each. Basically, I have told you articles are the list of map, and inside this map there are the list of source that we want to get here. So here is the map I'm talking about, and here is the all the list that I have shown you. So if the element URL to image is not equals to null, and if the description and URL to image is not null, then we will get all the details here, because URL to image and description are the main section here that we need on the app. As you can see on the total result, there are 7,564 lists here. So there are the many cases where the URL to image and description may not be provided, but these two sections are the main to I want to show in the app. So I'm passing the condition that if the URL to image is not equals to null and description is not equals to null, then we'll save the list inside the news here. I had forgot to call article model here. So I will go to article model.dart again and we'll call all the string one by one. So now title. So I will get the title as you can see here. Now element title. So element is the first index he is talking about, and inside the first index I will I need the title here. So inside the inverted commas I am writing a title that will be saved in the title section here, and we'll do same for the description, URL to image, URL, content, etc. So it is done. Now I will use news.add article model to save all the articles one by one. So let's move to the home page and we'll call the list that we have saved in the news.dart file here. So I will create a list name articles here. So now I will write a get news function here to get all the news that we have saved on the news list in the news.dart file. In news class, we'll get all the news here, and in the set state method, so I'm writing a bool loading is because when the app will go to the home page, then it will call the API and get all the news in the trending news section. So it may take some time to load all the news and save on the list, then show on the home page of the app. So if it takes some time, then rather than showing the error here, I will use a circular progress indicator here to show that all the news are loading and we'll get that news from the API in just few seconds. So inside the set state, I will make the loading false because once we get all the news, then I want to show the news, so I will make it to false using a set state method here. So now I will create a stateless widget named block tile here and will paste the UI that we have wrote just for the trending news section so that we can call each time we want to show a list of the trending news. Then we can call the block tile here and will pass the image URL and title to show the each news one by one in the form of the list. So I need image URL, title, description here. Now where we have wrote just for the UI, so I will change and write image.network and will call the image URL and same for the title and description. Now inside the body, I will write if the loading is true, then we want to show a circular progress indicator here, and if it is false, then we'll show all the news that we have shown in the home page. Now inside the container, I will write the list view builder so that we can show all the news that we have saved in the news.dart file. So in item builder, I will write the index, will get the article length using the item count. Now return block tile and will return the each list, description, image and the title one by one. So article index dot description, same for the image and the title. So it is done. Now let's move to the init state and we need to call a get news function here so that whenever the home page is called, get news function will be called and it will save all the list in the news list we have created here, and with the help of that list we can see all the news in our trending news section. So now let's move to the terminal and run the flutter run command. Wait for a few seconds. So our app has launched successfully. As you can see, we are facing some overflow pixel error here. So the image we have called from the API is not loading inside the trending news section. This is because I have used image.network in our block tile to load the image from the API. But we have also copy one of the package named Kekek network here. For this reason, I have copied the package before in the perspec.ml file because I want to show you that whenever you call the URL of the image from the API, Never use image.network there. It will not load the image or it will take too much time to load the image. So for better experience, use always KKG network in place of image.network. Now I'll move to the block tile and will change the image.network with a KKG network. Now inside the KKG network image, I will pass the image URL. Okay, we have wrote the KKG network here and hot restart it again, but we are still facing some error. So I made a small mistake here. Inside the image URL, we need to call URL to image here. So we need to change it to URL to image here. Now hot restart it again. So as you can see, the image has been appeared now. So we are facing some scroll problem here. So inside the list view builder, I will write physics and clamping scroll physics. This will give a better experience whenever the user will scroll the news in the trending news section. Now it's look good. We need to give some margin from the bottom. So there will be a space between the two news that we have shown here. So we'll wrap up with the container here and we'll provide the margin from the bottom. So I'm writing edge insert dot only bottom 10.0. Now, as you can see here in the title and description, it is providing us all the title and description that has been wrote for the specific news from the API. But I don't want to show this much line in the title and description. So I will move to the text widget and will give the max line to show how much maximum line we want to show in the text widget. So I will write in title max 2, so it will show maximum 2 line here, and in the description I will write maximum line 3, so it will show us 3 lines in the description. So now it's look good. So as you can see, the user can read how much news they want to read in the trending news section. Now, I want that whenever the user will click on any of the news, then they will redirect to a web view where they can read a news in more detail. So I will move to the pages folder and will create a new file name article view.dart and will create a stateful widget name article view. Now we'll move to the perspec.ml file and we'll call a web view package here. Now you can use the updated web view version from the pubdev also, but in the updated version of the WebView Flutter there are lot many changes, so you need to create a controller and many more files again and again. So I will refer you to use exact this version 3.0.1 that I wrote here, so that it will be easier for you to use a web view in Flutter. The newer version is more complex than this version. Usually I prefer this version in most of the app because it is easy for me to use a web view inside the app. Now let's move to the article view again, and inside the container I will write child and will write web view. Now initial URL, and we have to pass the URL that we have stored in the article model. So I am writing a string blog URL and will get the URL in blog URL and will pass it to the initial URL. So now let's move to the home dart again, and we need to write on gesture detector navigator dot push method so that we can move the user to the web view. Now in article view, we need to pass the URL here. So I will write a URL in the string and we'll get the URL from the news list. Now we'll pass this URL to the blog URL. It is done. Now let's move the terminal again and we'll hot restart it again. Click on the get started button, and when I click any of the news from here, then as you can see, we have successfully moved to the web view where we can read the news in more detail. But I need want to provide some app bar at the top. So I will remove the container and will write a scaffold widget and will give a body as a container. Now I'll pass the same app bar that I have wrote in the home page. So I will move to the home.dart again. We'll copy the same app bar and we'll paste inside the scaffold widget. So it is done. Now hot restart it again. Now we'll click on any of the news. So as you can see the app bar here and the back arrow to move directly to the home page of the app. You can read any of the news from here in more detail that will send you to the web view and can access the news in more better way. We will move to the carousel slider, I mean breaking news section, and we'll call the API and we'll show the API in our slider. So let's move to the slider data.dart and here we will call the API through news API. Now let's move to the news API.org website and we will call the top headline API from here for our carousel slider. So as you can see, there are only 10 results on this API. So it will be best for our carousel slider because we don't need to show too much result in our carousel slider because we want in the limited form. Though as you can see on the API, there are the 10 result, but I want to show only 5 result in our carousel slider. So now let's move to the slider data.dart and we will remove all the list that we have made just for the UI. And here we will call the API that I have just shown you in the news API website. So let's move to the news.dart file and I will copy the same function that we have wrote inside the news.dart file and we will paste it inside the slider data.dart. All the things will be remain same. We just need to change the some of the function name and we need to call the different API in our URL. So now I will change the class name here and we'll name it to slider, and we will also change the slider model here because we need to call the URL to image, description, and title here. So I will need all the things from the API that we have wrote for the other section. So I will move to the article model.dart file and will copy the same class from here and paste it inside the slider model.dart file. We'll name the class name slider here and inside the slider model. So now I will rename the class name here and all things will remain same because we need the same data what we have wrote in the trending news section. So I will change the list name to sliders here. We'll rename the get slider function here. Now I'll copy this link or API and we'll paste it here so that we can get all the 10 result from this API and we can add one by one in our slider list here. So I will rename all the things like slider model, etc. So it is done now. Now let's move to the home dot file again. We need to create a function name get slider here as same as we had created a function name get news here. So I will change all the things according to the slider list we have created in slider data.dart file. So all the things will remain as same as we have wrote for the trending news section. We are just calling the different API for our carousel slider. So I wrote the complete get slider function here. Now I will call the get slider function in the init state. Now let's move to the carousel slider dot builder file and we will pass the image and title here. So let's move to the build image widget and we need to make some of the changes here because it is calling the image from the asset but we are calling the image from the network, I mean in the HTTP format. So as you have watched the second part, you know that why we have don't use image.network here rather than we are using a KKK network image here. So I will remove the image.asset and will pass a KKK network image here and inside the image URL will pass the image that we'll get from the API. Now in the RES folder I will make some changes and in slider.index I will call the URL to image here. In res1 I will call the title. So it is done. Now hot restart it again and as you can see we can see now all the news that we have got from the news API. Here are all the 10 results that I have shown you in the total result. So we are saving all the 10 result from the API in the sliders list and in item count we are passing the slider.length to 10 and then we are telling the dot indicator to make it to 10 so that it can indicate that there are the 10 sliders which are present now in the carousel slider. But I don't want to show all the 10 slider here. I need to show only 5 slider. So in item count, I will remove the slider dot length here and will write it to 5 and will do same for the dot indicator. Now hot restart it again. So as you can see, we can now only see the top 5 list that we have saved in our sliders list here. So making the count to 5, we are telling that we need only top 5 list from the slider list. Those slider list have a 10 result in it because it is calling the all the result and saving the result one by one in the sliders list. But I need to show only 5. You can change according to your need. If you want to show 4, 3 or more than 5, you can change the count accordingly. So now it's look good. So our breaking news part is done and we can see all the news that we are getting from the news API in our carousel slider. Now let's move to the category section. So in our category section, I want that whenever the user will click on the any of the category, then it will show them all the news related to that category. Let's move to the pages folder and we'll create a new file name here, category news.dart here, and we'll write a stateful widget name here, category news. Now scaffold widget, body, container, child, column. Now I will copy the same app bar and will paste it inside the category news section. So I will remove the row from here because in the app bar I want to show which category news is showing at the app bar. So when the user will click on the business, then in the app bar I will show the business. If the user click on entertainment, then in the app bar I will show the entertainment. So from the string we will get that user have clicked on which of the category. So I writing the string name here and in category news will get that the name of the category that the user have selected, and will pass the same category name in our text widget that will be our app bar. Many of the users might be thinking that there are the 5 categories in our app. Now we will create the each model for each category like business model, entertainment model, general model, and we'll call the API for the each category we have when the user will click. So doing by this process, we need to write lots of code in our VS Code, but I don't do anything like that. So through one API, I will tell you how to call all the 5 categories, and we will create only one model through which we will get all the news of the specific category one by one. So we don't need to create 5 model for the each category we want to show. I will create one model and I will pass one API and I will keep on changing when the user will click on any of the category, and he can see the news of the respective category one by one. So by this process and through the less code, we can get all the news for the specific category we are looking for. So if you like my idea and how I want to show the news in my app, do not forget to like and subscribe my channel so that you won't miss out any of the exciting videos we have in the store. So let's go and implement that I have just explained you. So I will create a stateless widget name. So category here, and here at the top I will show my image, then the description and the title. So I will create a column children and will pass the image using a Kakak network here. We will do all the things same that we have done for other news like trending news, breaking news, etc. So it is done. Now let's move to the container. Now I'll remove the column from here and will pass a list view dot builder. And so now let's move to the model and we'll create a show category dot dart here and we'll pass a class and we'll copy the same article model class here and paste it here and we'll rename the class name to show category model here and all the string will be remain same. Now let's move to the services folder and we'll create a new file name show category news.dart and we'll copy the same thing from the slider data.dart and paste it inside this file and we'll rename the class name to category news to show category news because we have already used a category news name in our different dart file, so we can't use the same name in our class here. So I will also rewrite the list name here and will also change the name of the function to get category news. Now here comes the main part what I have explained you before. Now I have told you through one API I will get all the categories news from the API. So let me show how I will do that. So here you can see I will call this API here and here you can see the category name. It is given business here. So when the user will click on the entertainment, then we will change the category equals to entertainment here. And if we will change to sports, then we'll change it to sports. So how the user will click on any of the category, we will keep on changing the API one after that. So let me show you how I will do that. Though you can see the equals to US, you can change the any of the country according to your choice. You just need to give your country code here and it will show all the news related to the that category and specific country in the list view. So the function we have wrote get category news will write a string category here. Now I'll copy the same API and paste it here and inside the category I will pass the string that will be passed in the category of that get category news function. Now all the things will remain same and will add the all the list one by one in our category list. So it is done. Now I'll copy the same get news function and will paste in inside the get category news.dart file and we'll do the customization according to our choice and we'll just rename all the things will be remain same. We just need to rename the sum of the list and the model that we have passed here. So it is done. Now as you can see on the get category news function we have wrote widget.name here. So as I have told you that it will be keep on changing whenever the user will press on any of the category here. Now in the init state I will call the get news function here. We'll move to the home.dart file again and we'll copy the same listview.builder and paste it here. Now in item count, I will write categories.length and will pass it to the show category. We'll pass the image, description and title. Now I'll move to the home.dart file and where we have shown all the category in our category tile, I will wrap up the container with a gesture detector and in on tab, I will push the user to the category news.dart file and will give the category name here. Make sure whenever you are passing the name to the get category news, then it should be in the lower case. Here you can see that we have passed the business. B in capital letter, but in the API there should be all in the small letter. Otherwise, you will get the error and you can't get the things from the API according to the user chooses the category in the app. So now it is done. We'll hot restart it again and when I will click on the any of the category here, so as you can see we can see all the news related to the that category here. So here the app bar name is business and it is showing all the news related to the business here. Now let's move to the category news section again and we will give some styling to the image and text here. now it's look good. Now I want that whenever the user will press in any of the news from here, then they will redirect to a web view where they can read the news in more detail that we have done same for the trending news section. Wrap up the container with a gesture editor here and we'll move it to the article view and we'll pass the URL in a blog URL. We'll hot restart it again and when I'll click on any of the news, now as you can see they have moved to the web view of that news here. So now as you can see, if I will click on any of the news in the business news, then they will redirect me to the web view of that specific news. Now click on entertainment. Now as you can see, app bar name changed to entertainment and it is showing me all the things related to the entertainment here. Now same for the health. So it is showing me all the things related to the health and same for the sports. So as I have said you before, just writing by one model like category model dot dart and just writing the few lines of code in the category news section, we have covered all the 5 category that we have wrote inside the home page. So I have taught you by using the just one API you can use the all the things related to the category if the user clicks on any of the category. If many of the users will write the different code for the each category, when the user will press, then the it will take him lot of time to write so much code inside the VS code and it may take lot of time to make this app. So our category part is done. Now let's move to the breaking news and trending news section again, because as you can see on the breaking news where we have wrote the text breaking news, at just right side you can see the view all section. We didn't add anything related to the view all till now. So I want that whenever the user will press on the view all text, then they can see all the breaking news on the app. So let's move to the pages folder and I will create a new file name allnews.dart and will create a stateful widget name all news. Now we'll write a scaffold widget body container. Now we'll pass the string name, string news here, like what type of news it is. It is breaking or trending news, and we'll show that in the app bar. These are all the things that we have already done in the category news section here. So I will not explain you much on this section. I will just do copy and paste thing and will make the view all section here. So it is done. Now many of the users might be thinking that in trending news we are passing the different API and in our breaking news we are passing the different API. I have just now showed you how to use one Dart file and pass multiple APIs by just simple line of the code. So I will use just the same process and I will show you how I will do that. Widget.news. In widget.news, I will get either breaking or trending and I will add the news at the last. So it will become breaking news and trending news. I will copy the same list view builder here. Now it comes the main thing like how I will show two APIs in just one Dart file. So inside the item count, I will write widget.news. If is equals to breaking, then we'll show slider length because if it is breaking news, then we will show the all the news that in our slider, and if it is category, if it is trending news, then it will automatically take the news that we have saved in the articles list. We'll do all the same thing in the image. So if the widget.news is breaking, then it will get the image from the slider section, or if not, then it will show the news from the trending section. So many of the users might create a two Dart file inside the pages folder where they will write breaking news.dart and trending news.dart. But I have wrote all the two things in one file named allnews.dart, and I have changed all the things and I have handled two cases by adding a simple line of code inside the item count and different section here. So for this idea also you can hit the like button to this video. So we have passed all the condition to image, description, title and URL. Now in views all, I will wrap up with a gesture detector, and in on tab, I will use a navigator.push method, and in material page root will write all news, and in all news I will pass a news name breaking, and will do same for the trending news views all section. So after hot restart, we need to go to all news.dart file again, and we need to write a set state function in get news and get slider function. Now hot restart it again, and when I will click on the view all, then you can see the app bar name breaking news here and all the news related to the breaking news section, and we'll do same for the trending news, and you can see the app bar name trending news and same all the news related to the trending news. And now I want to give some margin, so I will give the margin inside the container and will give horizontal 10.0 here. Now I will hot reload it again and now it's look more good. Now we'll check the breaking news again and you can see all the breaking news here. So our complete app is done. Now I will walk you through the app we have built from the scratch. So here is my complete news app. So it is a landing page now and you can see the image and the text we have written news from around the world for you. Now I will click on the get started button and we will move to the home page of the app. So at the top you can see the different category like business, entertainment, general, health, sports. Now you can see a breaking news section here with a carousel slider which is moving automatically, and you can see all the top breaking news here with the image and the title. And just at the bottom you can see the trending news section where you can see all the news in the trending section. So when you will click to any of the category like business, then you will move to the page named business here and you can see all the news related to the business here. Now if you will click on any of the news, then you will move to the web view of that news so that you can read the news on more detail. Now let's move back to the home page again, and when I will click on the sports, then it will show me all the news related to the sports here, and will click it on again and can read the news on more detail. Now let's go back. So in the breaking news section you can see view all. So when you will click on the view all, then you can see all the breaking news, and when you will click on any of the breaking news as same, you can read that news on more detail. Now let's go back, and in the trending news section you can see the different news, and when we'll click on the news again, then you can read that news also in more detail. Now view all. So in view all you can read all the news related to the trending news. Thank you for joining us in this Flutter news app development journey. Let's quickly recap what we have covered today. We set up our Flutter environment for app development, explored how to fetch real-time news data with the News API org, created a beautiful and interactive news app interface, and most importantly, you have gained the skills to build your own news app. If you found the video valuable, please consider subscribing to our channel and giving it a thumbs up. Your support keeps us going. Got questions or feedback? Drop them in the comment below. We love hearing from you. So keep coding, keep having fun. Until then, I will see you next time. Thanks for watching.